Okay, hello. How are we doing? How are we feeling? Welcome to the stream. And get excited for some StarCraft 2. It's the WardiTV Team Look at Map Contest Tournament Playoffs once again. As we enter day number 2 of the playoffs, we're going to be having some action from the lower bracket mostly today, and then we will tap into some upper bracket action as well with MaxPax and herO that didn't get to play the other day. So yeah, little bit of kind of chaos amongst the matches, but nothing too crazy. And we'll get this going in a few moments. Let me just reset some. I just clicked reload overlays. Hopefully that doesn't hurt something. I don't know. I've never clicked that button in my life. Click reset. If I click reset and then reload, does that do something? Wow, that refreshes it. That's crazy. I never knew that's what that button did. That's wild. All right, hello guys, how are we doing? Welcome to the stream. We're gonna get going in a few moments. So give me a second. Just getting a couple of things sorted on out. Get ready to go sooner rather than later. And give you guys some StarCraft 2 to enjoy today. Beautiful stuff. So yeah, herO's just AFK a moment, otherwise we're ready to kick off into some PvP. We also have Beyond versus Solar. That one will be played from replays today, guys. That had to be played last night for certain reasons. And then Clem versus Cura as well happening today. Rogue MaxPax and the loser of Rogue MaxPax against Showtime as well. All of that coming up in today's stream, so you can look forward to that. Should be, like I say, an absolute blast. Feeling like we're going to have a good time of it. And yeah, expecting some very fun games over the course of this action a day, guys. So we'll be off in a moment. Just getting ready to get everything rolling. herO's ready. Perfect. We're good then. Let's go into this PvP and start things off. My friends, let's get this going. So a bit of PvP to begin with, and we start on the map that is Washout. We're going to have Fear and Faith up next for map 2 as well, which is exciting. That's one of the ones we've not seen as much of, although at this point most of the maps have actually been pretty evenly played, actually. The map play rates have been actually very good so far, so yeah, the maps have been played a very decent amount, which I'm very happy with. As we kick off into this PvP, we're going to get across the map into Washout. It is going to be the top right. Our blue Protoss player here is going to be the gameplay damage sentence herO, because he is in the top right of the map. Get this on the way through and get this kicking off and ready to party. In the bottom left side, our red Protoss player is Geralt. Of course, herO getting knocked down here because of his result against Classic in the upper bracket. Now has to play this PvP against Geralt to keep his TLMC dream alive today. He's won 4 of the last 5 TLMC tournaments we've run. He really is the new map master. But the PvP got the better of him the other day. We'll see if Geralt can come up with some surprises. Geralt had a very good group stage of his own, especially in PvP is where he really excelled. So PvP maybe for Geralt to show some possibility. I guess we will find out. So yeah, we got obviously a full slate of games today, guys. We work our way through 5 best of 5 series. Going to be a big one, going to be a good one. Looking forward to a whole bunch of games. Should be, like I say, very enjoyable. Should be a lot of great games as well. Just looking forward to a good day of SC2. Really should be a very fun one. There's a couple gates in that assimilator coming up. The Cybercore coming through as well. Bringing this about. Getting this settled. Seeing where we go in the next few moments. Proby going to chase the other Proby away. Again, there's going to be the second gateway, so we're going to see this be a pretty typical kind of game of PvP to start out with, if nothing else. So getting that on the go, getting this started up. Again, Cybercore gateway coming through. Just going to be seeing the probes continue to produce by as well, so we just get a lot of that online for these next couple of seconds and see exactly where things will be taken. How's everyone in the chat doing today? How's everyone feeling? Hope you're all doing good. Obviously, like I say, in the end I took yesterday off. I had a doctor's appointment, came back, and had to walk alley and stuff still, so it just didn't really make sense to stream. But yeah, I took the day off yesterday, but we're back today, full strength and ready to cast some more games for you all. Like I say, tons of SC2 coming up over the next few days, next few weeks as well, just in general. It's busy times for StarCraft. There's a lot going to be happening. WardiTV events are going to be bursting into kind of WardiTV spring events and so on. So there is just genuinely just a lot going on, lots of happenings, lots of games. Going to be a lot of fun to kind of keep track of throughout. And yeah, we'll figure out exactly what this is all going to look like very shortly for this PvP. As we get this on. Doing good. Thanks for creating these matches. No worries. Thank you so much to our sponsors for making these matches happen. Obviously, in the form of well, if I can ever get the words out, in the form of Monster and Shopify Rebellion. Without their support, we really would not be here producing these games for you guys. So, big thank you to them for that. Major reason why we're here. And obviously we love to be here, love to do the TLMC. It's one of my favorite tournaments to do every single year, just because it really is that kind of... It's just that vibe of like something new and different, and this is it, and these could be the future maps, and there's so much kind of to see, and it's just so exciting, and all that kind of stuff just comes around in these in the TLMCs. As you're going to see herO getting a little feisty. Both these players have an expansion, so I don't feel like that part of this is going to be necessarily the issue, as you're going to see the Stalker still stepping through. A couple of Stalkers going back over the other way. So we go back a little bit. Just going to be seeing the other Stalkers in the center. He's coming down this ramp. What's up, Runmime? Thank you for the 52-month resub on the Prime as well. Much appreciated. And yeah, we get this all going for the next little bit. Prism going to chase the Blink coming through. Add a couple extra probes on as well. Stalkers in the Sentry. Fighting back quite nicely. I actually think Geralt is going to push this away. How much did he lose? Especially does he lose the Sentries, for example? They're very expensive units you might like to keep alive for later, but Geralt actually gets a very reasonable defense, and that becomes a very good defense as he gets +2 Stalkers here. Wow, one of them wiggles away, but gets +1 Stalker on the force field. Very good force field just to completely capitalize on the situation. Very, very well done. Indeed. Well, we just have the Immortal and the probes coming through. Twilight Counselors coming online. Additional gateways continue to build on up, so we bring a lot of that into action. Still just going to see the Stalkers and the Sentries regather into the center of the map. Again, that Blink is already about halfway done. Going to see the pylon stepping over. A couple of Adepts gather around. The Prism is here for herO to still be the aggressor. I mean, Geralt's had a good defense so far, but I like what herO is doing in terms of having map control, because at the very least, you know, Geralt's defending well, but herO is still saying, well, at any moment you might make the mistake which allows me to capitalize. So he continues to try and, like I say, capitalize on that as we just work our way through. Just going to see the few Stalkers get after that Adept. It's going to go down. Adept already falling. Again, Gateway and a couple of probes continue to produce through as well. So all of that online. Resonating Glaives coming up. And yeah, the few Stalkers, the Sentry and the Immortal continue to gather around for a couple of moments as well. Just going to head back down to the bottom, or into the middle, I should say, of the map. And the Prism unloads a couple of units here in the center also, just trying to figure out what else is going on. Resonating Glaives coming online, the Gateway's coming through, the Nexus and the Battery all coming up and working here for the next few moments. Just going to be seeing that Robot Facility finishing up as well. As we do have, again, Mortals, Adepts, everything just coming back across for a couple of moments right now. Alright, so we settle it down a bit. Again, Stalkers and the Immortals gathering back over as well. See, the Stalkers are still poking at the front. Gonna get a few more walk-ins. WardiDad on the 110-month resub on the Prime. Thank you very much. Just gonna come through. That's actually gonna be a depowered Twilight Council, by the way. So no Resonating Glaives right here as herO's across the map. So we're gonna enter a little bit of a base trade scenario. herO at least does have the couple of Immortals already. That's a lot of firepower. And he has the Prism to navigate the defensive force fields. That could be a big portion of this defense otherwise from Geralt. So it becomes a very intriguing moment here as we are going to be seeing those Immortals absolutely smashing through. And the issue Geralt really has is that his army's been split. Now he's going to recall back. I don't love that for him, especially because he already lost the units on the high ground, although a couple of Zealots are doing some work for him. Is it enough? He gets rid of one Immortal, looking for another. Did he do enough eco damage to just sort of be okay if he just holds on? I think he might have done. The Immortals are now down, and we're going to work our way through those Adepts, and that's going to give him the opportunity, I believe, to actually just see this through to a victory, because now he's going to clean up these adepts. He's got an economy advantage, and Geralt is going to be the one leading this game coming out of this. So that's going to be incredible. Geralt comes out in a very good position, much better than I thought he was going to come out in, because this actually feels like he was getting caught a little bit off guard. A little bit off guard. A little bit off... Why can't I say this? Off guard compared to what we might have thought otherwise. Wow. Crazy business. What a defense from Geralt. Awesome for him. As we do see the Stalkers coming back around. Resident Enclave still coming up. The Observer coming through. Get a few probes reducing die as well. We are going to strike at the front already. A few shots from those Immortals. The Stalkers pushed away. The couple of Adepts are going to be nearby. And we just have the rest of this coming back through as well. And this is going to see those Adepts still getting chased away to the top. Geralt on the other side is actually getting forced back by the Stalkers too. He's getting pushed away. The couple of Immortals that herO still has are great. But Geralt is double the work count now. All he has to do is play a defense here if his opponent tries to get a little bit feisty. That's all he's got to bring into play right now. So if you can do that, then brilliant. We'll be seeing just exactly how this goes. The Prism continues around. Again, you're going to be seeing that Prism coming up, Rubber Bay coming through, Gateway and the Immortal all producing a couple of Immortals back to the high ground just for a few moments. Bring them back over for a couple of seconds. Well, here come the Adepts, going to shade again. Geralt's out of position initially. The thing about the Adepts is obviously, yeah, they have Glaives, but against Stalkers, they're still not going to kill things super quickly. These Adepts are usually paired with the Immortals for the purpose of. The Immortals can really break through the Stalkers, and then the Adepts deal with anything that might be good against the Immortals, plus any probe pull, etc. As you see, Geralt breaking through on the other side. herO is just going down, down, down in supply, and Geralt is going to take the opening game of PvP. It's going to be starting up a map in this series. And we are joined by Ellie. You always make the appearance when the PvP's on, Ellie. Is this a sign of Protoss love, or just a sign of support for the stream because they have to watch PvP? You just think it's funny, do you? Oh, brilliant. You just think it's funny. Oh, what a good girl. Alrighty, we are going to get into our next game, guys. Let's head this into game number 2, which is going to be on Fear and Faith. Like I said, this one is a 4-player one, so it's been a little bit less loved in the gameplay, but generally speaking, it's still giving us... I mean, all the maps give us cool games. It's been a little bit less picked when it comes to picking maps, but that really is just to be expected, realistically, so... Not the end of the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 casters. You need Geralt as well, who will now take the lead in this series. So Geralt up by a map. Hi, baby. You're back again. Still here. Wow. You are such a good girl. Can I bring my camera above the overlay and you guys can see Ellie a little bit? There you go. There's Ellie having a little giggle. There's Ellie just having a good little laugh. Happy faces all around. hero's readying up. If Geralt is readying up as well, we can go and kick this off. Oh, baby, you're on camera and you don't even know it. You would be appalled if you knew. I'm just getting some love, are you? Alright then. That's it. I got a cast now. I can't sit and stroke you the whole time. Unfortunately, as that may be. I know you think that's a travesty. I know you think that's against the rules. It isn't. It's just not. It's not against the rules. Look, I don't make the rules. I don't make... Yeah, exactly. I don't make the rules, so you're going to have to take that up with someone else. Alright, let's jump into our next game. As we get into game number 2 of this best of 5. And Geralt has a lead in the series. So Geralt is up by 1. herO is down by a game. Let me get this up and ready to begin. Second map of our PvP. As we have in the bottom left herO, in the upper right Geralt. A solid start from Geralt, not bad at all. Getting the first map off herO. Man, it'd be crazy if herO went out in the first round, the lower bracket. Obviously, best of 5, it's a long way to go yet, but never say never is the TLDR of this at the moment, I guess. Never say never. And Geralt got himself one map. There's no reason he couldn't find himself another. As we bring this turn into play, continue to get this settled by. Again, those gates coming up, the assimilers coming in, probes continue to produce as well. And a lot of that brought into action for the moment as the assimilators come up as well. So those assimilators coming online, continue to bring those through. Looking very reasonable as well. Probe chasing the other probe down. And a couple gates coming about. The probes are coming up. To need to get this settled for a little bit here. And see where we go. So Cybercore on both players, but it is going to be herO on that faster Nexus, much faster Nexus as well. So herO looking to utilize that in his favor just initially. And probe coming up, just going to be seeing that Cybercore coming through. Nexus coming online as well. So far, so good. Just have ourselves a probe going to nibble at the other probe there for a couple of seconds, and again push that back and away, and just get that cleaned out for a few moments. Stargate still building again. The probe and a couple of zealots will come onto that as well. So again, we break all of that up and over just for now. Do have the Stargates building. So one of them is going to be proxy. It's going to be Geralt that proxies his, and of course hero's on the faster expand. So this is really important now, because realistically what's coming up to happen is that herO is going to be on a faster expansion with his own Stargate play, where Geralt is going to be on the slower expansion with an aggressively played Stargate. If Geralt doesn't do anything with this, this can become very tricksy very quickly, because he's just going to fall naturally behind in this, and then it's going to be really difficult to get back into the game, right? So this is actually going to be a really kind of terrifying couple of moments here while we figure out what's going on for herO. Because if he takes a lot of damage to this Oracle, he could fall very behind very quickly. So yeah, it is really important that he knows what's up here sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he is going to have, like I say, a bad old time. So figure this out. Get this on the way as we just have the Phoenix and the Stalker coming through, the Warp Gate coming up. Nexus continue to build by, and probes continue to move across as well for a few more moments. You can see that Oracle still working its way down through the bottom side of the map. Away we go. Can see the Oracle activating again. A couple of those probes already going down, so we do deliver some damage. I think it's going to be there to help out with this as well. Let's continue to play cleanup, as that is going to be 8 workers killed. So very good start. Now, of course, the Oracle goes down. However, you've put yourself 6 works ahead here. Your own expansion is going to be done soon, so worker catch-up shouldn't be too crazy. This Oracle needs to cancel. Obviously, the Phoenix have found the Stargate. Unless you're going to instant recall it, which I don't even think I love, realistically. I think I'd rather we just cancel it. Save the money, because even if you get it out, how much are you going to do with it with Phoenix cruising around and looking to catch it every single moment? Probably not a lot. Like, I'm not saying there's no opportunity. There is a possibility you find something in that scenario, but I don't think it's enough to really justify sending it. So, I'm not really against the cancellation, as this pylon will go down. Obviously, some of the negatives of having proxied this are coming to bear right now, being the cancellation and having to, you know, lose your Stargate, whereas, you know, your opponent gets to keep his, plus your -1 pylon compared to what you would have been previously too. You can see that Adept is going to slip by into the main base. It's going to be starting to take some nibbles off of these probies as well. It's taking a few shots. More Stalkers warping in. And that Blink coming through as well, as the Adept is going to be down very, very soon. Things just going to pick off. The Immortal and the Probe still coming across. Take a few more moments to, again, build all of this into action here. Just have our Probe still producing. Forge on the way, probes coming up, that Blink continue to produce on by. Again, lots of stuff on the way at the moment. Is just have our +1 attack upgrade also building off that Forge. A couple of assimilators will be coming through too. Overall, hero's obviously recovered quite nicely from the worker losses, and he is on track. Supplies are very similar. He's got a bit of an army lead, but a couple of those supplies in Phoenix, which do have a role in the game. Obviously, Phoenix can like lift important units up and take units out of the fight and so on, and have an impact. But I think long term, it's not like a super crazy thing to be having. So I don't think that's a super terrible situation overall. Just see the Stalkers still gathering back up. Again, Blink and the +1 continue to build through and getting that underway for the moment as well. And the Stalkers coming down. Geralt going to move onto the map to try and be the aggressor here just initially. Try and put some pressure out in the early stages. This nation is coming back along, so again, just bringing that straight back through for now. Waddle Chrono boosting out. Again, the few stalks continue to gather around. Plus one on the charge, all built into play here currently. And again, just bringing a lot of that online for the moment. Just bringing loads of this through. Immortals on the high ground, just going to say no to any attempt of these stalkers wanting to do anything here. Going to see another Temple Archives and the extra gates coming up and online as well. Still got the probe and the charge coming online as well. So again, we bring these bits and pieces up and running. So the extra few warpins. I mean, we're following a very similar pattern of this game of charge, Temple Archives, +1 upgrades. Everyone is kind of doing the same as the other, just for the moment. So it's obviously going to keep us in a nice direction for the most part, as the Phoenix going to get another couple of lifts off. Yeah, this is where the Phoenix actually do provide some value, right? So one of the times where you can actually see these Phoenix doing a little bit more, actually having a bit more of an impact, and all of those positive factors. Again, the couple of Phoenix going to chill up top. The Immortal Stalker, the Zealot Sentry moving down to the low ground here. Getting ready to move through. Just give me 1 sec, guys. I got a tab. Apparently, we already have ads knocking on the door. I guess it was the first series of the day. I probably should have ran ads after game 1, so let me just try and make sure they don't play in the game and come back to it. Now, Stargate's still there, obviously not really a threat, not something you're looking to repower, but it is still information on the map. If herO can slowly remove that, it's just a little bit less that you see as Geralt. Like, it's not in a major position, but it's still like I say, it's still some vision on the map that if you can deny, why not deny it? No reason to let your opponent kind of, keep on seeing what's going on, basically. As these Zealots, Immortals, and the Archons keep building through as well. Heading through the center and joining up in the middle of the map currently. It's going to see another few units warping in once more. It's going to be another group of Zealots. The High Templars are going to morph into the Archon already. +2 attack building up, and everything else still very much so coming through. That Archon about to finish. The Observer is on its way. More Archon just joins us over toward the ramp there as well. Just gets that settled into place too as the extra units warp in still. Zealots, Immortals, High Templars, and Archons. All the good stuff being brought up at this point in time. There's a couple more warp-ins. It's again another few Zealots that just get brought straight to this. Phoenix overhead and everything else starting to step forward a little bit. Just having a Robo and the Zealots, the +2 attack coming up. herO going to move his way up this ramp now. We're going to have units ready to come in from both sides of this, so in we go. The engagement begins. Just going to be seeing the Archons trying to fight against a couple of those Zealots. Just going to be seeing these Stalkers taking a few more shots as well. More hits going about. +2 attack upgrade will be starting. The Zealots are going to get there. The Stalkers get turned back the other side. Just get those pushed by once more as the +2 attack comes in. The Archon is coming up. I don't think herO's going to get much else done here. Again, attacking into his opponent is always going to be a danger, and that's something he's seemingly wanting to stay away from, so takes a step back, just lets his army grow, and to be fair, he is growing, advantageously now. At least Geralt is about to tie up on the upgrades before a big fight happens. It's a big plus from him. Avoiding a battle up until that point, I think, is genuinely just a big positive factor, so love to see that for him, as we just see the Zealots and Stalkers. The Archons gathering back around, looking to push back down this ramp. Gonna get a little bit more fight going in these next few moments. Zealot's still charging up. A couple of Archons going to be there. Got Immortals on the other side, still trying to help hold this off. We are going to be seeing the Archons on the left picking away at a couple of those Zealots. The Stalker again lifted up into the skies. The Immortals still swinging. Damage continuing to be done as we push our way up this ramp. And again, a lot being done for the moment as we continue to fight straight through this just for a moment or so. Just going to be having these other couple units gathering back around. The Archons still gathering up and online. A Templars coming through, the Archons on the way. A lot of units continue to be added for now. This Mortal's gonna be putting out some shots now. It's still gonna be a herO supply lead, but he has been losing units as well. This has not been just a purely kind of advantageous fight for him. But unfortunately, I think for Geralt, the only thing he really has left here is Archons. He has no Prism Micro either, so herO should be able to continue to get the better end of this trade, essentially. And with the better end of this trade, I do think we're just probably going to see a little bit too much going in favor of herO. And hence, this series is probably going to get tied up after 2 games to 1 map apiece. Looking towards a game 3. And Archons, the Immortals, everything else stepping over. That's going to be GG. herO is going to take this down. It is going to get tied up 1-1 in this matchup. Just having some issues getting my thing moving. Perfecto. Alright, our next map, guys. Well, first of all, will be add time, because like I said, they were trying to play during the game, so just going to snap those away and get this back going again. Our third map will be Rorschach. If I get this hosted up, guys, and see this kind of Blackburn-y kind of map. This map reminds me of Blackburn on its initial layout, but then I look at it more and I always think of Golden Wall, for example. I think as well, so get this started. You just have to keep this updated on the score sheet as well, tracking the maps for my own reasons. And we will see at least map 4, which is at Eternity's Edge as well, guys. So that is going to be coming up too. And then we'll obviously let you guys know about the 5th map if we're guaranteed to see it. Otherwise, I don't like to announce the maps that may not get played because of a certain score and so on. Alright, then we just take a second, get ready to do this. If everyone is set, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 casters, ready. 2 players are set to play, and we are good to go. Alright guys, counting down into Rorschach and get into this next map. Again, let's see what will happen as we bring this all up and into action for a couple of moments. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to start things off with the Blue Protoss, who had the lead in this series, has unfortunately let that slip away from him for the moment. It is Geralt taking on herO in the bottom left, a Red Protoss player. Pick game number 3 of this best of 5. So on we continue in this match as we get this on the way, get this started, and look to see what is going to be going on. Alrighty then, gates, probes, all coming about for a few moments there. Just going to be seeing that similarly coming through. Gold base up to the top side, something we can keep an eye on for a few moments as well. So just having a look at that, taking a peek around. There are a couple of assemblages that are going to drop straight into place. Bring that straight online. Get that going initially. Do bring this about, just going to have the probe gathering and a couple of gates and a company coming up as well. So again, we bring a lot of that straight online here just for the moment. Just saying that probe still stepping across, Cybercore coming through for a couple seconds too. Yeah, this left versus right side kind of map. Again, I feel like this is kind of again, when these maps kind of come around, there's very similar layouts that happen. Obviously, Blackburn had more of like an upper left, upper right central base. Obviously, Golden Wall had that kind of gold based in forward position, so they do work differently. But the first initial bit of layout, like the first 4 bases, I feel like have to come in a very similar way. Obviously, on this map, you kind of get the intriguing factor of kind of that kind of base down here is a blue gold, and to get there is actually kind of difficult. Like, this is not an easy base to get to. You got to come all the way around this corner, so it's very tucked away. Makes it, like I say, a very difficult base to want to kind of commit your units to. You'll see that next coming down the stalk, and the sentry still very much so building up as well, so bring that online. Probe going back the other side, other direction for a few more moments. There's a worker path? Yeah, there's a worker path, right? But you can't really get here with, like, units easily, which, okay, the work path is nice if you get attacked, and then instead of the units being stuck here, they can make an escape, right? That's kind of like a cool feature. But, like you say, it's still very difficult to justify taking it, because if you're caught out of position, if you're held up that ramp, there's just no defending that base. But yeah, I mean, I guess if it's easier to retreat the workers, maybe it's less of a risk to just take it. Especially if you get to the point in the game where you're just taking lots of bases anyways, maybe it's a little less risky than it usually would be. It's actually kind of... I like this idea. Happens on a couple of the maps, right, where you have this kind of worker-only pathway as an escape route. I think it's actually a really kind of neat idea, because it's one of these things where it's like, okay, how can we make this base more wanted to be taken than it usually would be? Can we make this better and easier to hold without designing the layout of the map and how units move around it to kind of specifically do that? Yeah, it's one of the things that's really cool in a couple of these maps. I do like it. Stalkers and Sentry gather on the right side. Units of herO poking across, put some pressure on for a few moments here. Just gonna see those couple of hallucinations are up, and we are gonna walk straight into Stalkers and the Sentry initially. Coming by, getting going. Stalkers will shoot. Just gonna see this hallucination taking some damage. So a few hits coming down. The Stargate coming about as well. There's a couple of devs coming through. Of course, we've got the healing shrine on this bottom side of the map as well. Something we can discuss if it comes into play, but it's been used a little bit. I mean, it being more directly in the path of the units that are going to move around the map here is obviously going to give it more play than we've seen healing shrines have otherwise. You know, Persephone was one of the better healing shrines where it was like a little bit off the beaten track, but not so much so that it was unusable. And people really got used to utilizing that. So I feel like this healing shrine should get a good amount of love once you start seeing, you know, armies that kind of move toward the middle of the map and start clashing and so on. Obviously, it's kind of in the position where you would typically expect maybe like a watchtower. Watchtowers are kind of frowned upon, because if you take a watchtower on this map, whoever has it just sees everything happening in 90% of the important pathways of the map, right? So this Oracle from Geralt gets in for some workers, and he is going to maintain a 3-worker lead with this Oracle getting some damage done. So Geralt's Oracle is success for the moment. Is going to recall that down. Stalkers in the Sentry not going to be able to get that to play cleanup, and that is going to be the Oracle saved as well. So Geralt will be able to maybe poke in with that later, or even just use it for defense here in the near future as well. Kind of take your pick your poison as to how you want to approach that one. The Stalkers in the center is going to come through, knock down this set of rocks here. It's just going to take this straight down. Again, the Stalker's still coming across back into the center of the map and over to the right-hand side. I would like the shade. Obviously, I mean, could get a couple probes, even just be the distraction for these other units to maybe get something done right. If you take a bit of attention somewhere, these Stalkers have a better chance of seeing success. We blink in, we're going to get one pylon. We're obviously going to aim for a second and depower a couple of gateways would be the initial play right now. Keep blinking back. And pulling away from there for the moment. Just going to be seeing that +1 attack coming up on the Forge. Stasis Ward. Going to catch a handful of Stalkers here as well. It's just going to be getting those captured. +2 attack, and the Nexus coming up on the side of herO. Stalker still building in play. Had a pylon on as well. Continue to bring this across. Stalker's going to keep fighting. A few more Stalkers taking some damage. See a few shots coming through. Do have the Stalker Sentry gathering back around. Just going to be having the couple of batteries putting some work in. Again, +2 attack, +1 attack. Upgrades abound at the moment in this game, as just see the Cyber Core still sitting tight. The Stasis setting up. These Stalkers will continue to blink their way forward for a couple of moments here. And again, the Stalker Sentry in general just gathering. A few more units warping in. A couple of Stalkers coming by, that charge still being added on. And there's a hallucination coming through this bottom side as well, looking for a chance to get into the main, just to see a little bit of what else happens here in the next few moments. Hallucination chased out to that right side. Nation flying about again, +2 in the charge coming up. Temple Archives is coming by as well, so we just bring a lot of that online. Obviously, a lot of stuff coming up that's going to be a nice positive overall here. Just have the Stalkers continue to cruise about. Moving about for the little the Oracle still right there. Has the chance to maybe give the Stalkers a little bit of a pathway through potentially. +3, charge, Temple Archives, gates, all building through. That Stalker Sentry Force regathering again. So again, we get that set back up. Let me go after a couple of these zealots. Well, 8.5 minutes into the game, lots to play for, lots happening still at this point as we just have a few zealots going to charge forward. Stalker Sentry here is going to meet those zealots and just turn them back around nice and comfortably as well. It's just going to turn them away. A few more Stalkers warp in. Again, the zealots will keep on charging. Those other Stalkers going to get chased for a little bit. The Oracle pulling back around as well is also just going to end up going down. And we are going to be seeing, I mean, herO's kind of caught down the ramp with force fields in front of him, not allowing him to get up. Geralt's supply does take a bit of a lead here. He is very behind on the upgrade though, and we're kind of still in the range of supply where I think the upgrade is very meaningful. You get to like 30-40 supply lead, and then obviously upgrades are kind of less meaningful. It's like, okay, you have the upgrade, that's nice, but you just get overwhelmed so much, the extra numbers don't make up for it. So, let's see, as you just see those zealots moving about as well. Battery coming up, Robo Facility coming online, the zealots will come over for the moment. It's going to start a fight here. It's going to be seeing a few shots going through again. +3 attack, +2 attack, all coming up and online as well. And do you have our Stalker still gathering? +3 attack upgrade, the Immortal in production. Next is battery in the cannon. All continuing through for the moment here as we just have this force still collecting together. A bunch of structures up on the top side getting settled down on this gold base. And +3 in the Arc on the Immortal. Here we're going to have some good upgrades to work with here. Pretty much just, again, an entire upgrade lead in this game is a pretty major deal. There's another round of Zealots and High Templars just going to warp in once more. Getting a few grabs. I mean, Geralt losing some supplies. herO's obviously lost a bit as well. These fights taking place and no one really coming out ahead. Like I say, the upgrade there from herO, but not really doing enough to change things. The good news for herO is you're holding the 12 o'clock base, right? And by holding the 12 o'clock base, you're taking, resources in this game which your opponent doesn't have access to. Which is kind of interesting because, well, basically Geralt mines out his own side of the map. herO mines out a position on the map that is much more kind of meant to be shared. So again, that's a big issue for Geralt long term. If this game were to go super late, now I'm not saying that it is. It's obviously kind of up in the air still. We don't really know just yet. There's a little bit of this Zealot Stalker crashes in. Just going to be seeing a little bit of a blink forward onto the cannons for a couple of moments. Just going to clean that out. Battery's doing what they can to heal up as well. Just going to see one more Archon melting off here just for a moment or so. A few more shots going around once again. Again, Prism, armor upgrade, additional Zealots, and the Disruptor all continue to produce by for the moment. Just going to be seeing herO, his supply up by about 30 army, and that's probably substantial enough just to kind of walk through here and win this. Which I think is kind of looking to be Mr. herO's plan. Just waltzing on through and looking to get a dub on the board. GG says Geralt, not much else to be said about this one. That is going to do it. And that is going to bring us to a... victory, or an advantage, sorry, for herO in this matchup. And he's going to be able to be one map away from advancing through to the next round of the lower bracket, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Let me just check what the map here is going to be. I believe it's at Eternity's Edge, right? Yes, it is. Perfect. Let's see if Geralt can bring this back and stop himself from being eliminated in the tournament. And herO just takes a lot of very good fights there. A lot of good trades. A few trades where he just gets a few pickoffs as well without anything else happening, really. herO now wins 2 in a row. So again, be back up and in front here in the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 16. By Monster Energy, powered by Monster Energy, and the Shopify Rebellion. Alright, just getting everyone into this lobby, guys. We should be counting down in a couple of moments. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing a caster. Indy. Hey, what's up, Greens NZ? Thank you so much for the fresh new sub. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing great. Thanks so much for subscribing and supporting the channel. Thank you very much indeed. As we are just going to take a second for, everyone ready. We can kick this off and get this good to go right now. So, coming straight off into play. Let's get this started. We're going to have ourselves in the top left-hand side of the player who must win to stay alive in the event. This is going to be Geralt. And again, he is playing against the red Protoss player. In the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we've got herO. Alrighty, so get this into place, get this started. Gates in the simulator coming through in a couple of moments here. Figure out where players are going to take us on Eternity's Edge. They've played a lot of funky maps in this PvP. They've given us a lot of funky maps actually in this PvP. A lot of games where there's a lot of just a lot of different kind of layouts at play and everything, and things are a little bit different to the norm. So it's kind of cool. Again, gates in the simulator coming up. Just going to see the probes on the way by. Getting settled in for a few moments. See one probe chasing the other probe back for a couple seconds as well. Okay then, so Clavicle going through, get the rest of this on the way, bringing this up and running. On the bottom side, going to throw that Stargate into place. There is the Nexus coming through on the side of herO. And again, probing the store coming up, that Warp Gate building by. Getting that online here just for the moment. Bring this into place. When does round 2 of the lower bracket take place? Saturday. So I'm away tomorrow. I'm just away tomorrow. Got a thing going on. And then we're going to be back on Saturday and Sunday to play out the rest of the tournament. So Saturday and Sunday is the rest of everything else. So yeah. Be here Saturday and Sunday if you want to get excited for all of that. As you can see that Stargate. Continue to build through. Probing the Warp Gate coming up as well. Continue to get that on the go. Going to nibble at the pylon for a few more seconds. So again, a little bit more damage being dealt at the moment. But the Stargate being found from Geralt, big deal, because now herO should have a better defense against this. Now, Geralt's been very successful with the Stargates throughout these games, to the point where maybe he's used it proxied one too many times, because at this stage it feels like herO is very much so expecting it. He comes to scout it, and he's going to deny this before the Oracle even gets out, which is obviously very disastrous for Geralt, because not only does he not get the freaking Oracle out, obviously, first of all, straight up, that's bad, but you just end up in a position in general here which is kind of rough as a couple of Adepts continue to take some damage. As you can see, those Stalkers still coming over, chasing those couple of Adepts down, pushing them back for a couple moments as well. Just knows about that, just going to be seeing the Stalkers coming around, just going to see the Adepts still being chased. And Geralt supply blocked as well off losing the pylon is also just not ideal. Everything about this is rough. As he gets a probe kill, that will be it as these Adepts get through for a minor moment. And herO has got to be smiling with where this game sits at now. He's just on a bunch of gateways, so he's not exactly on like a super killer tech setup or anything like that just yet. But in general, his position is still going to be very good and very solid here for now, as this hallucination is going to be coming up toward the top side of the map as well. As you can see, that Oracle is completely halted in production, is not going to be seeing the light of day. And Stalker's just again continuing back across to the other side of the map for a moment or two. A few shots coming about. The probe's coming over. Just going to see the assimilator. Sorry, the battery going to get taken out. The assimilator. So herO's already put on pressure now. 20 supply. Again, this is a disastrous start for Geralt. And force field's going to make things very difficult. The probe pull obviously keeps it a little bit more playable for you here as Geralt, because at least the probes should, in theory, be keeping these other units back for a little bit, but it's not exactly looking ideal still. Stalker and the Sentry taking a bunch of damage. There goes the Sentry, there goes the Stalker, here goes the next Stalker as well. And that is going to be pretty much it as these Stalkers head up into the main base, chase this down, and look to clean this all out. GG, says Geralt. herO is going to take it. Geralt eliminated. Cool group stage run from him, but just can't stand up to herO. It was a tough bracket draw, right? You either play herO or Classic in the lower bracket. It's going to be tough no matter what. And in this case, it just go the way of herO. Hey, Geralt started off strong with that game win, but yeah, he started off strong with that game win, but that's as far as he got, unfortunately. Alrighty, let's send it through to another game then, guys. We're going to get this ready to go in a couple of moments. Our next matchup will be over on NA, as we have Cure versus Clem. So, we should be able to hop on over to the... Yep, we're already on the NA server, of course. For some reason, I thought we're on Korea. I have no idea what I'm thinking on that one. Perfect, then I just need to... get Clem here. Cool. Now just give Clem a message, obviously a little bit early, so we'll give him a couple minutes. He's coming. Perfect. So he'll be on his way. Just give him a nudge. Make sure he's coming by. But yeah, we are going to get Clem and Q on the way here in a few moments. Obviously, we'll have a full veto process to go through. But yeah, now that the players are a bit more used to the maps, hopefully that shouldn't take too long. As we get ready for PvT, because obviously Clem will not play the TVT. He'll be playing the Protoss in this one, more than likely. That is the expectation. At the very least. Alright. So yeah, we just wait for these guys to show up. Like I say, we'll have a few moments of vetoing and so on, so that'll take a little bit, but generally speaking, get this on the go. And thanks for joining us today, guys. So good to see you all. Hope you all are feeling great. Thanks for being here and ready to play some games with us here. As we get this all, like I say, ready to resume. Got the copy paste ready just as soon as we get this going. Perfecto. Alright guys, like I said, just waiting for Clem here. We should be able to get this one rolling out. Oh, we got ads to play as well. We may as well play those because Clem's still just logging in. So, a couple minutes, but yeah, hope everyone's doing great today. Hello and welcome everybody to the stream. Super excited to have you with us for some games. Like I say, they are fun games as well. Got some good action coming through. Pretty sure it's going to be a very enjoyable day of SC2. So yeah, looking forward to all of this. Very, very exciting. If you're on the YouTube, hello as well. Hope you're all doing good. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe if you do not already. As Clem is here, get these videos started. I was wondering if Cure was going to be here because I swear down I got like a notification on my Discord on my phone earlier. I saw Cure's like, "Can I play later?" And I was like, "Oh," and so I went to talk to him, but then the message wasn't there, and I was like, "Am I just imagining things?" I think he sent it then deleted it, but I didn't really know what was going on, to be honest, so it was a bit of a thing. Anyway, we'll go into this in just a moment. Videos will be beginning, and we'll get some maps hosted very shortly. Just a couple of videos and then some map picks, and that will be just kind of along and away for a little bit. So that's what's going on. First video comes through. It is one of our least played maps. It gets videoed. Feels bad. Can't save this one for love and money. And another one of the less popular ones get videoed. It's going to happen, obviously, when we get a little deeper in the tournament. If we start, I mean, I actually think we've seen most of the maps a pretty fair amount already. Like, we've seen every map at least 6 times, most 7, a couple of them 8. So the maps have actually been played very evenly. We might force a couple of map 1 situations into play, like map 1 of this series starts on this map that we've seen the least still, but I don't think we're going to need to do too much of that, because generally speaking, the maps have been played a pretty good amount between each other, so in that regard, it's actually very good to see that the maps are getting a fairly equal amount of love. As the first videos have come down, so we're just waiting for a map pick. And then this will truly be underway. Sanctuary to start us off. Cool. Will be QA's server preference to start the series, guys. He came from the winner bracket. He is the highest seed, so he has server preference going into this as well. Don't forget, obviously, keep paying attention to these maps. Map voting will be available soon for you guys. Vote for whichever map you love the most. Help it have a good shot at making it to the competitive ladder map pool. If there's something you really want to see, make sure you get on TL.net and get voting forward when those votes become available. I don't know when that is exactly right now, but I will... Obviously, when we're streaming, even if it's not TLMC, if we're streaming, the votes are available. We'll mention that again, but just something you guys can keep your eyes out for as well if you do so wish. That's the first map is hosted, but we'll give everyone a couple of minutes to join the lobby and etc. We don't actually have the rest of the maps vetoed just yet, so we'll probably be a few more moments waiting for them to get picked still for the next little bit of time. We go there. Rolling in now. Cool, 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 cool. I'm Kira up. And ready in GLH. Jeff is called from both players. Let's send it. Let's get into game one of this series, guys. So, opening game going to be on Sanctuary 3. Let's see if we have ourselves some excitement today. I mean, honestly, I think Clem Q is a fun matchup. I've been talking a lot about how I think Clem has been kind of maybe struggling a bit. I've also talked a lot about how Q has been looking really good in TVP lately. I feel like he's really kind of pushing it up a little bit, kind of leveling up a little, even you could say. So it's been really kind of cool to follow him and what he's been getting up to. Let's see if that is apparent in this best of 5 between the Liquid Boys and the lower bracket. Clem just having a little bit of that rough group stage appearance meant that he ends up in this lower bracket pretty quickly. And unfortunately for him, here he is in the top right-hand side. So no upper bracket opportunity from Clem. Q got knocked down here in a 5-game epic against Shin, of course. So, yeah, he got knocked down here. And has to now try and figure this out for himself as well. So away we go, and we get us ready to start. See what's going to happen next few moments. Clem Q, TVP. Kicking off as we speak. Sanctuary. Been enjoying this map actually. I think it's been kind of cool. So yeah, kind of excited to see where things go for a little bit and get this started up and get this underway. Let's just have ourselves a couple of SCVs are going to go nibbling Had a probe for a few moments. Just going to be starting off with this and getting that settled into play just initially here. This as a starting point for now. So still going to walk on the way from Clem initially as he gets this settled in. So that's going to be our point of beginning here just for the moment. So we get that started. And look to see how things will be going for the next couple moments. And getting the command center coming up, just joining that together. Then you've seen a couple of Marines going to get here and actually jump onto this Adept for a couple seconds as well. So that Adept will also be taking a few shots of damage, so bring that back around. Not a bad little starting point overall, but a long way to go. Lots to see still yet in this game, so early stages, getting this on the way, getting this sorted out, figuring out where we want to head to. I'm gonna get that blink coming through for just a couple of moments, and yeah, just have ourselves the few moments of getting everything underway and active. Gonna need that medevac and a couple of Marines coming up then, so we bring them about. The Viking tank and the Marines just continue to build up then, so we take a couple moments with that. All of that coming through. And yeah, the rover facility obviously coming up for Clem to back him up on the back of this incoming blink. Obviously no surprises about this. Clem playing a very standard opening here for the moment. And just putting himself in a position where he's likely going to be able to see success over time. Couple of mines is going to unload through, so just going to come back over for a couple of moments, get them in position, get this startup as well. Nothing we wouldn't mind going off and getting a little connection, nothing too crazy just yet. Just going to be seeing the Marines in the tank back at home from Q ready to maybe make a bit of a move out now. I'm losing a couple of probes. He's lost an Adept in this game as well. It's going to be the first test. Does he get enough units up in time to kind of handle some pressure like this, which is already coming this way across the map right now, to kind of get up in his face and to maybe try and make something happen here for the next little bit of time. So I'm ready to figure this out. Let's have our extra tanks stepping forward. The Marines are coming through as well, so again we bring all of these straight up. That Twilight Council gathering together. The Observer still coming nearby also. Also just going to be obviously providing a little bit of info, a little bit of vision, a little bit of a sign as to what's happening early on in this game still. For the moment, and see what else is going to happen here as the units move around. Just going to have the Marine tank Viking force stepping across for a little bit. This is where Clem needs to kind of make sure he has enough with these units. He's able to get a defense off. This is where things can go very wrong very quickly if you're not careful, but so far seeming fine. So far definitely seeming okay as the other units gather back in together. So not going to see anything too crazy just yet. Still coming about again, just getting this on the way through for a couple of moments. Gonna have ourselves the bio tank force gathering. I mean, still sitting here. That's one of the main things to note right now is that we've not pushed this back yet as Q, right? Like, he's not pushed this away so far. It's still kind of active on the map, so that's going to be one more thing we kind of keep our eyes on to Just gonna see that Stork getting blasted. Stork's gonna blink through. The wall's getting close. The Marines dropping the main base at the same time. Clem will destroy this army. He needs to be able to deal with the drop without losing too much, because otherwise he's cleaned up pretty nicely. That little group of units at the front kind of going down very quickly, in all honesty. So dealing with this pretty well for now. Just gonna be seeing that medevac just about able to escape away as well. So be able to bring that over for a couple of moments. Just bring that back around, reset things here. We're just going to be seeing the Observer coming through, the Charge coming up, the Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 will continue to build by as well, adding on that concussive shells as an additional to everything else that's currently happening. Yeah, the Marauders, the Medevacs, and the Mines coming through as well. You know, a couple of units still gathering up from Clem. He's maybe able to kind of get more on the map now. We'll see if he wants to kind of rush towards a 4th base, or just kind of in general what his plan is maybe going to be. See, sitting tidy for a moment or two. Again, the Medevacs, Marines, and Marauders still coming up. Add on concussive shells, add on that attack upgrade. A lot of that still being brought to play there as the Marines get active as well. Just gonna, again, make a couple of pickoffs. And this army now heading into the center, looking for the chance to try and make something extra happen. A couple of these bio units chasing the Stalkers have to turn out of here, so just escaping away for the moment. The Marauders still trying to chase on through, push those Stalkers back. Rest that bio on the bottom left, still gathering around, and again, a couple of Vikings, everything else readying for the chance to keep making a bit of a shove. You're going to see a couple of Widow Mines going off onto a few of those Zealots. The tank's getting cleaned up as well. Widow Mines aiming into that, actually splashes nicely into the Zealots. The Zealots are going to melt. Do we have enough firepower left as Clem to fight this? Didn't have many Zealots remaining, which is what I'm kind of really concerned about, because obviously if those Zealots are down, typically you see the rest of this Protoss army start to melt away very quickly, but that's not really happening here just yet. Just going to see the bio turning back over in this direction. Got a couple of Mortals, the Stalkers, and the Zealots all gathering back around also. You can see that Observer also being picked away at. And again, we just bring things back through. We have got this bio still looking to push into this right here. A couple of Stalkers getting caught up. We're just going to have ourselves the Viking coming back over, just going to be jumping onto the command center. And you wouldn't mind trying to get going, and the bio still pushing through. These Zealots are going to get grabbed as well. I think Kua is just going to have a bit too much in the end. Clem, like I say, was not able to maintain the kind of frontline kind of units, and was not able to keep the Zealot count up where he needed it to be. That is going to be GG. 4 Zealots still charging forward, still getting into position. Kua is going to take a Game 1 victory in this best of 5. Kua gets off to a strong start here in the Terran vs. Protoss in this lower bracket as we head to a second map now. It is going to be on Verdant Temple. Push this up and get this start in just a moment, guys. And we'll see if Clem can bounce back in this series. What, you got new glasses? About a year ago, yeah. So unless you've not been here for a while, then you've just not noticed. Because I've had these for like at least a year, I want to say. Thereabouts. There we are. Kua, Clam. Track them up. Ready, GLHF. Just gonna do a little race check. Because Clem is there as Terran. And he's indeed going to move back over to Protoss. Just make sure we don't have any mishaps on the loading screens or anything, of course. As we get ready to start up into Verdant Temple here then in just a couple moments, guys. Again, thanks for joining us. I'm good to see you all. Thanks for being with us as we kick this all off. Up a game in the bottom left-hand side is going to be our red Terran player. This is going to be Kua. He takes on the blue Protoss. In the top right corner, we've got ourselves Clem. It's on the Observer we wanted on. Let me get this ready to move out. This ready to go, go, go. So bring this into play, get things settled here for a couple of moments and see just where and how we're going to do things. Okay, coming about, bring this into play, so far looking good. Obviously just a few moments of getting established here, nothing too crazy just yet, a very expected starting point. But yeah, I mean, Clem really does like to kind of play into those stalkers. This map is that one which has a lot of space in this natural. I've seen that kind of be utilized a little bit at times throughout this event, although it's not been super crazy, honestly. Kind of expected to maybe have a few more complications overall in the grand scheme of things, but it's been pretty fine. It's been pretty fine in the grand scheme of things, so you can see that probe coming back across. It's going to take a second to move things around for a little bit then. Get in position here. We do have the command center coming up, that factory on the way in as well. So just bringing all of these little bits and bobs through for now. Just going to be having the Adept moving about, so just going to have that coming over for a couple seconds as well. So just stepping over with things. Again, Twilight Council and the couple of probes. Bringing through, Warp Gate coming up as well. Get that on the way just for the moment in this one. Just going to have that Blink Skull coming about, that Warp Gate coming up as well. So again, get things kind of moving as expected just for a little bit. Couple of Adepts going to shade around again. Thinking the Warp Gate all coming through. Just going to see the Adepts actually going to fight these Marines. There's more Marines off to the side. Clem is going to be able to shade these Adepts away before they go down, though. So actually does work out pretty well so far. So good. Going to see the couple of Marines and the Hellion going to be there. Push the Adept a bit further back. The Stalker coming forwards as well. Wanting to get involved. Not quite finding the opportunity for that just yet either, though, unfortunately. So no love found for the moment, although nice to see us trying to attempt. Obviously, with the bunker up here, we'll be nice and safe here for the next little bit of time. Marine and tank count continues to grow for the next few moments. So we get that Marine tank count being brought up. Nice map, Sanctuary. You like that one? Yeah, I really like that one as well. I actually really think it's one of the ones that's just silently good. Has just been consistent throughout the event, I would say. Very cool. Well, Prism is on the way up, so Clem looks to apply pressure here. It's just going to be the 3 gateways, so nothing too crazy in terms of gateway count. Just 3 gates of pressure going to be the starting point for the moment, so we get that settled down, we get that going. Stalker will shoot at the Hellion, and the probe continues to get chased away. Stalker will keep shooting. Hellion will fall. And the Prism just sets up on the high ground, just going to be seeing the Stalker still coming about. Blink continuing through, and the Adept comes over as well for the moment. Banshee up that left-hand side, the Adept comes about, again charge the Observer, the Stalker coming through, the Nexus on the way. Another Stalker just gets warped in already, just going to bring that about. The Adept will try and shade up to the top. Marines are going to pull over, just going to start fighting onto this Adept. Adept turns onto the Marines, and one Marine is not going to go down. Marine actually stays alive. So the Marine gets to live. I got the SCVs are going to pull through. The couple of Marines are going to be there. The Stalkers continue to shoot at the Marines. Just going to get another one killed off already. So that's going to pick that away, clean that out. The Stalkers continue to push away at this Banshee. Nice lift back into the Prism. So going to escape out of here. The Immortal and 2 more Stalkers still coming about as we have our charge on the way through as well. Continue to bring this over for the moment. Marines, the tank step across. Prism pulls back around again. The rest of this Marine tank army regathering here for the moment. The Immortal and the charge continue to build into position. decide what we want to do next. Just going to see these Stalkers actually jumping on top of these Marines and trying to get on top of the tanks, but I just don't think that's going to be it for Clem. He does get the tanks. Can we save the Immortal here? Does it get to the battery in time? It does. Wow, he's going to have the battery recharge as well, so he's going to bring the prison back over. He's going to start micro, and he's going to clean everything up. This looked like a disastrous starting point to this defense from Clem. He just about got the tanks, but it felt like he was taking so much damage. Credit where it's due. That was actually a very successful defense from Clem in the end, because he cleans up everything that Kua had. And like I say, I was a little bit surprised about it. I did not think it was going to go that way, but we make it happen. As that Marine tank army continues to build on through, just going to see the few Stalkers stepping up. They'll clean up this bunker, and they will shut this down. And this part of this game will get cleaned up for the moment as well. I'm just going to be seeing the Marines and the SCVs going to come back down the other direction, so bringing this straight through again. Just having the Zealots trying to jump onto this siege tank. I mean, that should go down, or will it? The SCV repair has been okay. This tank does just fall. I mean, Q has already lost 36 SCVs, so this is only really going one direction in the grand scheme of things anyway. And that is going to be out of this game, unfortunately, as the Stalkers and the Immortals still gathering together. Just having everything else still pushing up, but this one is pretty much getting concluded. Q has to say GG, and he is going to tap out of this to give the victory over to... give the victory over to Clem on this one. So there you go. That is going to be Clem taking the 1-on-1 tied-up game, and we are going to be now at least guaranteed 3 maps this series. Very exciting. We'll just run some ads just in case we get a longer one getting between these two. As we set this up. Map 3 will be Rainfall. Alright, so Clem. Really, again, clutch defense. If that defense goes worse for him, you can already kind of see just where this game falls apart for you a little bit, and where things obviously start to go very wrong very quickly. So, needs to make sure that initial defense is good, which it was, and is able to do just that. Initially, alrighty, we got Rainfall coming up. Get this ready to go. Alrighty, so said, let's get this going, guys. Straight to game 3 here on Rainfall. So we get ourselves another map of this TLMC 22 played. Let's keep it going. Counting down, Rainfall coming up. Bring this straight through. In the bottom right-hand side, our red Terran player is going to be Mr. Kua. And he has got this series tied up against Clem in the top left. Our blue Protoss player for game 3 of this best of 5. Can Clem take the lead then? Or will Kua take it back into his own hands? Playing the Rainfall and look to see just what this map's going to give us a little bit of. Just going to see a few probes coming back around. The Gateway and the Assimilator all coming up and online. Different bits and pieces being brought through for the moment to get this underway. Probe nibbles at the SCV. Probes wrapping around. I'm just going to be taking this out in a couple of moments. Just going to take that as our focus for a little bit as we settle in here. Again, Nexus and the Cybercore coming up and online, so we bring that into place. Get that on the go. Again, the Orbital and the Marine continue to come about as well, so we continue to bring this straight on through. See where we're going to take things. There is again, Cybercore on that Nexus coming up as well. Yeah, Nexus Simulator, Adept in the Warp Gate, all coming about. Bringing a lot of that online already. Bringing a lot of that straight into play. Just for the moment. So bring that through. Again, that Nexus coming up on the natural expansion. And Cure just expanding in his base. Not going to take the risk of expanding down to the low ground just yet. So just going to be a little bit cautious there to start us off as well. As Adept's still moving over then, so just going to bring that straight through still. Continue to get that going. So we bring this up, just going to be seeing a couple of Marines going to jump onto the Adept for a couple of moments. That Adept already taking some damage then, so taking a few shots. Bring that through. It's going to be having the Gatewing and the Blink continuing up as well, so just bring, like I say, this up and into play for the moment. Medevac and 2 more Marines coming now. That deep SCV in the Tech Lab coming online as well. So just bringing a few of these bits and pieces into place. Obviously losing the Adept early is a little bit off from Clem. Not quite the, you expect him to be able to control that Adept a little bit better, but nitpicking. But again, it's early game. It's our previous world champion who is obviously known for his micro and his control. So I guess it does make it feel a little funky. That Robo facility coming up as well, so continue to bring that Robo up and into play. Medevac is going to go boosting for a few moments up that left-hand side and get ready to get into the upper left side in just a little bit. Raven coming through, Tank and Marine still building. As you can see, the Widow Mine setting up, just going to be seeing the probes and the Stalkers pushed away. Bang, bang. A couple of those probes getting grabbed already. Again, Raven still building into place for a couple moments. Again, the Tanks and Marines still coming through. The Rack's going to swap over to the Tech Lab. Starport going to pull across over to the Reactor. And again, the tank and a couple of Marines continue to come straight on by. Just going to be seeing our barracks and the SCVs all continuing up as well. So just bringing a lot of that through for a few moments here. And continue to get a lot of this just placed and ready to operate. Again, Observer on the charge coming up as well. Those SCVs go down, the Stalkers end up blinking away, so again we just pull them back and out of here for the moment. That Robo base still coming online. Again, the charge and the gates continue to produce through. 4 additional gateways coming into place. It's going to be seeing the, again, Stimpack, Combat Shield, Marine, Marauder, Medevac continuing to produce by the moment. Again, that Stalker's going to sit there. That Medevac going to be pulling away for a couple seconds. Going to have the Stim, the Combat Shield again. Those little bits and pieces coming through for a few moments here. Again, this underway as the Marine Marauder Medevac Mine Force continues to come about as well for the moment. Again, a bit of bio. Raven, the tanks, all gathering together. Thinking about what we want to try and do next. In this one, just going to be seeing that charge coming through. Those tanks from those Bioforce still stepping forward as well. That Raven still up overhead. Let's see a couple of those Stalkers already taking a few shots. It's going to get chucked away by a teeny little bit. So again, getting pushed out of there for now. There's a couple more units warping in. Those Zealots, the Colossus coming up as well. Add that Thermal Lance on. And this Bioforce from Cure is on a shove. Now, Gonna finish off these rocks that were partially dead because obviously they expire over time. They'd be dead on their own accord in about a minute or so. The lightning on this map is unbearable. Oh, that's an interesting one. I've not seen anyone really mention that yet, but yeah, I hadn't really thought about that, but that's actually some the sort of thing that probably gets removed if this ever made it to ladder. You know, this is one of the things that's kind of a, a post-tournament kind of phase, and yeah, if anything gets submitted to ladder, things like this usually get removed, like lighting effects and so on that aren't maybe easy to look at and so on, and adjustments are made, etc., etc. I didn't really think about the lightning being effective to people, but now you've said it, I can't stop seeing it. So it's kind of funny. So yeah, Bioforce just going to come about, just going to get straight in. Going to keep pressuring on. Colossus coming over, just going to be having our couple of Widow Mines coming through. There's Bioforce, the Medivacs all gathering, the Viking and the Raven joining up together as well, so a lot of that just coming straight into place. And Nexus set up on the 4th base, Clem readying up his future economy. Again, that 4th online going to be a big part of this, of course. A big starting point for him as their Zealot, Colossus, Sentry Stalker army continues to gather together. A few Stalkers back up that right-hand side. Just going to be stepping away from here at the moment. Medivac boosting back through. Moving once again. And so let's go Colossus coming back up. Just going to see this Bio Viking Raven Force coming into position. And again, we just get a lot of this ready to settle for the moment. Bio gathering. You've seen the units all gathering up for a couple of seconds. Still just didn't see how 1-1 upgrades coming by. That Colossus, a couple of Zealots, the robotics facility coming online as well. And just for the feeling, just going to step forward, going to get straight toward this pylon. Clem just some of his external kind of spotters kind of cleaned up, but it is keeping him safe for the moment, which is kind of the point of them. And Clem is heading to an extra robo facility as well. He's got 4 Colossus as he pushes across this map, maxed out. Cure Viking count currently at 8. So he has an okay amount of Vikings. A couple more would definitely not go amiss, considering it's 4 Colossus. You really do want to knock these down quickly. Clem just launches the attack in. Zealots are going to come charging. The auto turrets come through, and Clem says, oh, don't like this so much anymore. So he begins to back away from this in the end. So he steps back. He moves away from it. Reapproaching, or reassessing his kind of approach to this as the extra few Zealots warp in again. Disruptor still coming through, being brought into play. Again, the 2-2 upgrades coming up also here just for the moment. The +2 attack, +1 armor coming by also, bringing that into action for now. Just gonna see the factory stepping over for a couple moments. Well, obviously Clem not liking that attack, but we're gonna get into the later stage of this game. Cure may want to start thinking about a 4th base. Of course, once you get to the 4th base, opportunities open up for Clem as well. And you've got to imagine that that's going to be a point of interest that's kind of on the horizon, so... Possibilities of what is coming up here. So we have ourselves the, again, Dark Shrine coming by, just going to be seeing the few gates coming up, the Disruptor, +2 upgrades, seeing a lot of that economy just building in here from Clem, getting going. Stalker Sentry Force on the bottom, going to be stepping over. Bio going to be here. Vikings and the Raven going to be there as well. Stalker's going to go after and kill off the Raven successfully. It's actually going to be a nice little catch, so we take that down straight away. And a couple of SCVs rejoining themselves up. Just going to be seeing this Bioforce going after a few of those Zealots as well. For the moment, at least, continue to chase things down for a couple of seconds. So again, making a bit of a shove out to the other side. It's also Colossus all gathering up. There's Vikings still overhead. Got a couple of these Guardian shields popping. As we look to make our way down in this direction, we are going to dive ourselves straight through into this. Couple of disruption shots going to go off. Bang, bang onto the Bioforce. Pretty good connections on that. That's going to be a lot of units going down. And we are going to have ourselves the Colossus falling though. So Clem loses a lot of supply, especially losing the Colossus. This fight is not great for him in the long term, and that's going to be something that we have to think on as this upcoming trade likely continues here very soon, with aggression continuing to come about. Again, 3-2 upgrades on the way from Kua. He's going to keep pushing, looking to take advantage now while Clem's basically tech count is low. Clem is looking to flank around maybe with the Zealots on the left side. Disruptor shot good, hits a lot of units. These units are kind of low HP. Here are the Zealots starting to show up. A few of them peeled down to hit the reinforcements, leaving the Stalkers to try and deal with this. And Kua is the one that ends up saying GG on the back end of this. Wow! Kua just jumps out as he just lost so much in this fight that he decides that he doesn't... This is actually kind of wild, because I really felt like Clem suffered in that fight previously. And Kua comes across the map looking as though he wants to punish the fight that happened and take advantage, and bam! Next thing you know, game's going nowhere. Anyways, just need a moment to pick map 4, guys, because Kua picked a map that had already been played, and we're going to go to At Eternity's Edge again. This map might come up a few times a day if it keeps getting picked, guys, because it was one of the maps that was played a lot already. Not that much already in the tournament, but is now starting to see a little bit more love, apparently. So, interesting to see how that develops. Anyways, for now, we get this going. You're in a position, wait for Clem to join our lobby. This next game coming up in a moment. What's up, Zayas? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 31-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we get ready to go into this next game. So kick this off in just a moment. And away we will begin. Kira ready, Clem ready. We're sending it, guys. It is game number 4, and Clem has the lead in the series now. So get this up and ready to rumble. Alright, let's jump into the action. Let's start this party off. Let's see where we're going to. As we have ourselves a blue Protoss who has the lead of the series in the bottom right-hand side. This is going to be Mr. Clem, who is one map from moving through to the next round of the lower bracket. It would be against herO in that next round, by the way, because obviously herO has advanced over Geralt already. So the winner of this will play herO in the next round. It's also just tough. I mean, like I say, herO and Classic throwing each other in the upper brackets. Two of the big names we see so often in these WardiTV events just end up, you know, one of them has to drop down to the lower bracket essentially. As sad as that may seem. Alrighty, so a couple of refineries coming up. We get into action here for a moment. See what At Eternity's Edge is going to give us. This is kind of like a left versus right map, kind of like Rorschach, but only it's actually like but rotated. But what that means is obviously you get the kind of the bases kind of still in the corners, and you kind of still have that kind of element of there's a little bit more space kind of across the map, right? Like these bases are not as close together as they would be on a map like Rorschach because of the ways the dimensions work. The diagonal of a square is going to be longer than the longer than the other sides. I'm trying to explain things to you terribly. So yeah, things like that are interesting to look at here. Just going to see that Reaper and the Orbital coming up, the Factory coming through, and Depot on the way. Bringing this up and into action. these next couple of moments. So yeah, bringing a lot of this straight into play, and just going to have ourselves the Simulate coming up to the side, Cybercore and the Nexus still coming through. This map looks huge. It is. I mean, you get a lot of bases each, right? I mean, you're talking about like 8 bases each plus an extra in the middle of the map. So it's one of the 2 of those are half bases, so it's not like full bases necessary. But yeah, it's a sizable map for sure. There's definitely a bigger one that's in the pool right now. It gathers up the starport on the way, and we'll see what Kua tries to do. If he wants to kind of let this go later, or if he wants to try and be aggressive early again. I don't think it's the best map for trying to be aggressive early again, though, so that'll be interesting. See what maybe happens there as we have CC and the Marines all coming through. Just going to see that starport coming up as well, so bring that online for the moment. The Dip just trying to see what's up, but pulling back a little bit. Couple of thieves down the low ground, just gonna go nibble up at the minerals for a couple seconds. Get that underway and to get this going. Let's see if he's coming over, trying to see what we can do. Again, the Twilight Council, a couple of gates continue to come up as well. Just going to have the Oracle activating onto the SCVs initially. And 4 SCVs going down. Just going to have the Medivac with a couple of Widow Mines inside getting ready, but this is major damage to do off of a Stargate opening. Opening with the Oracle is kind of risky a lot of the time, but when you do damage like that, you're never going to be upset about your Oracle. Like, this is already a success story, more or less at this stage. I'm going to see these couple of Widow Mines going to unburrow once again. Get back in position here. Get this set to try and do a little bit more. Widow Mine is going to end up having to go running, actually. Next is the Robo facility coming up. The couple of probes and that charge continue to come about as well. Just going to have ourselves the Robo producing from Clem, so ready to kind of move on from these Phoenix, but go in charge initially. Going to give him a nice strong ground army, especially keeps you very safe. You see some of those Marine tank pushes from Kua coming across the map. It'll make sure you can't really die to a lot of those most of the time. See that Widow Mine coming across is just going to have itself a chance to blow up a couple of probes, and it does get a couple. Stalkers will now clean that mine up at least, and that is going to be the end of this threat on the map, right? The Medivac is empty, so it's going to link it here, but it's empty. So like I say, it's not going to really do much else at this point on. Stalkers in the Medivac, taking a little bit more damage still. Again, there's the Storm on the way up from Clem. So playing this differently to the previous games, moving away from the Colossal stuff into something a bit different. You see the, again, Storm still building by. Just going to see Stimpack Combat Shield, the rest of this coming up. Come in, one Marine goes down, the Marauder going to take some damage as well. Still just seeing these upgrades continuing through for a couple of moments initially. Stalkers continue to pull back. It's a lot of units, obviously, with the SCVs as well. I mean, Storm is not done yet. It's a few moments away. Clem is kind of holding the High Templar there, almost saying, like, hey, I'm going to storm you. And Q's like, well, believe it when it hurts. And it does hurt now as he's forced to split those Marines up. And he actually did take a chunk of damage initially. And this Clem may have already lost this third base, though, right? Is that the end of the world? Probably not, because in this scenario, you're pretty committed here as Q. So killing the third is a win, but it's not going to win the game straight up. So that's kind of where we're at right now, as this army of Q still looks to step just a little bit further forward and look to keep this pressure going. In we go right now. Just going to be seeing this bio still having a chance to kind of keep pressing in. A couple of Zelts take some damage as well. Stepping back for a couple seconds. Also here, once the tank is going to unsiege the bio medevac force back into the center and moving up toward the top. G2 of those medevacs already going to make a dive over to the bottom right-hand side. You're going to see the rest of these units getting chased away. The Zelts are still charging after as well. A couple of these SCVs falling. Bio trying to get onto the pylon, not quite able to just yet. And again, Marine Marauder medevac keeps building by. Medevac still chilling overhead. Just going to be seeing the Ghost Academy starting to drop from Q as he looks toward the future. I mean, Clem just re-expands on the back of this, starts up his blink, is ahead by 27 workers, and this attack just didn't do enough from Q. Like, this attack had to kill. It's so hard to kill a Storm player. I mean, like I say, he got rid of the third base, but that's all he got. And, like, you know, because it's so committed from Q, you brought the SCVs, and so, you know, going back home after killing the third really just isn't good enough, quite frankly. And coming back, just going to be seeing the Stalkers gathering and waiting for the defense where required. And Prism gathers, High Templar comes back through. Again, so let's gather probes and join up. You see that bio coming through, the Widow Mine coming about as well. And still having ourselves this chance for Clem's army to just keep on progressing as the upgrades and everything continue to come through. Keep that on the way. Comes over that left-hand side again. Robobay coming through. Nexus on the way. A few Zealots being gathered up as well. Bringing a lot of that online. The High Templars and everything else continue to come back about. And we are going to see this Bioforce still looking to make a push down to the bottom side for the moment. Well, you do have... Clem just has a lot more kind of to start this off in the first place. You know, that's just a statement without anything else really need to be added to it. The Zelt's got to wrap around on the Ghost. We're going to see a few of the Marines now. The Storms are going to be absolutely destructive. Holy goodness. Clem storms his way through in this game and probably in this series through to the next round of the lower bracket where he will might fight against herO. That will not, of course, be today, as unfortunately Kua takes an early exit from the tournament. Very sad for Kua. He is a previous TLMC champion as well. He did win one, right? He lost to Showtime in the finals that one time, but yeah, he won one a couple... Actually, he's a two-time champion. He won against Clem a couple of map contests ago. Back in 2025, he beat Clem in the finals as well. Yeah, I was thinking he got back-to-back finals back in 2020 and 2021. He beat Uthermal in the final and lost in a 7-game epic against Showtime. It was one of the greatest finals we've had in the TLMC. Way back 5 years ago. Crazy business. All right, Clem will advance on through and keeps his run alive in the lower bracket. As we will get ourselves ready for more here. In just a few moments. So guys, what we're going to be jumping into is we're going to head towards the matchup between Solar and Björn. So we're going to jump into this in a couple of seconds and get this TVZ started up. I just need to download the replays and get this going in a moment. So give me 1 sec. We'll run some ads and we'll Yeah, get this hosted for you all. Thank you again for your patience for a couple seconds while I figure this out. Just update the maps as well. Sweet. Let me host this first game up, then, guys. So Beyond versus Solar, they had to play. Apparently, there's some GSL photo shoot going on, and Beyond and Solar didn't think they'd be back home in time, so they pre-played, and so we're gonna have this one from replays. Give me a couple of moments to move the maps across and everything, and make sure that everything is ready. So once we start, we can just run smoothly. May as well just do as much as possible while the ads are on. Perfect. Again, hope everyone is doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. If you are enjoying the stream, guys, do not forget you can support the channel by all of the usual means. You can subscribe. You can use your Prime subs. You can obviously stick around and watch the ads as well. Helps also. All of it helping. All appreciated. Oh, lovely. The replays are broken. Oh, hold up then. What are we going to do about that? Yep. Right, this is going to be great, isn't it? This is fantastic. So I'm just going to tell you guys what happened. So basically, the other day, they broke replays. Maybe, what do you mean they broke replays? What, they just broke the ability to kind of watch previous replays? So they broke it. However, after they broke it, they hotfixed it. And so they actually fixed the ability to watch old replays. The problem is that they, in fixing the old replays, they broke the replays that were played in that period. And apparently Beyond and Solar's game were played in that one-day period where the replays were broken. And as such, we cannot watch the replays. I don't think... Can I unbreak them? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think these replays are just lost. What happened to the replay packs? Oh, the replay packs. Well, the replay packs are fine because the majority of replays are fixed and they can be seen again. It's just replays that were uploaded in this broken time period and now unwatchable. So, yeah. Yeah, they updated. I can't remember when it was, like a day or two ago. Yeah, that's so typical. Ah, that is very unfortunate. I don't think I can do anything about it. I just don't think there's anything I can do about it. Alright, let me message MaxPax and herO and see if they can play a bit earlier. Let me ask MaxPax and herO if they're available already. Otherwise, we have an issue. Well, we have an issue obviously anyway because we've just lost a series. We lost a TVZ. Yeah, I have no way of fixing this, so I guess I'm just gonna ask Bjorn and announce the score. There's a tool for fixing the broken replays. I know, but I'm reading it and it's like it's so complicated. And it was he updated it for fixing the replays from like that were broken, so I don't think he's gonna update it to fix the replays that were played in the 1 day period they were broken in. And I have to like download a whole thing, restart SC2, put stuff in my StarCraft folder, run it in a certain way. Yeah, it's the thing. It's not going to be great. What maps were played? Let me just decide that this is definitely going to be just not casted at all. I mean, I think it is. I have no response from the players yet either. Rogue's typing to me. I feel like Rogue's going to tell me he can't play. Nope, Rogue can't play. Oh, amazing. We are just going to be completely stuck. I love that for us. Okay, Rogue can't play for an hour. We are fucked. Oh. Cool. Cool. I love that for us. Amazing. Your live stream, take Ellie to the park. Play ladder. I do not want to play ladder. The last thing I want to do is play ladder when I'm tilted about the stream and then going to be even more tilted. That's just grim. Show you my favorite Pokemon cards. I'm not really into Pokemon cards right now. I don't really care about them. How about some arcade game? I don't really want to just start doing random stuff, guys, because we have sponsors, we have, like, you know, we're trying to put on a proper show. Although I guess we have, like, a full-on downtime. Rogue MaxPax replays too? Nope, if Rogue and MaxPax were replays, we'd just go. We'd just get started. No, it's just Beyond Solar that are replays, and like I say, they're uncastable. Unfortunately. Improvise a best of 3 between 2 players for $50. I mean, if you have 2 players and $50, sure. Some JSL games, guys. I can't just start casting other stuff. We have sponsors. This is a TLMC tournament. I can't just be like, hey, we're gonna take a break and start casting other stuff. The tool should work for all versions. I know, but like, I've got to coordinate like 10 different community casters to use this tool that none of us know how it works off the bat, and download stuff and like do it all like it's just way too much to do while we're live. You know, like there's just way too much to do while I'm live and figuring it out, and then breaking. Then I'm gonna, knowing my luck, I'll break my StarCraft, and the next thing I know, I can't cast any more games a day because my StarCraft won't open. So, yeah, I really don't want to just start downloading random things and editing my StarCraft folder in order to cast some replays, guys. So, yeah, I know there may be a solution, but I've not tried it. I'm not going to start messing around with it live on stream. So, yeah. Unfortunately, that is just how it's going to be. So, yeah, I'm not going to mess around with that. I guess I'm probably just going to throw a break screen up and walk it off. Not ideal. Not ideal. Yeah. What makes them uncastable? Yeah, so Blizzard fixed the replay. So basically, let's say 2 days ago, Blizzard made a patch, and the patch broke all of the previous replays. They were completely unwatchable, right? And so everyone was like, this is really bad, which, yeah, it is. So then, I guess earlier today, they made a patch which made the replays watchable again. But in the process, any games that got played yesterday, basically, the day that the day between these two patches, anything that got played in that period has the exact same bug. That is now unwatchable. So, yeah. Awesome. And I let them pre-play. This is my fault. I should have just told them to get it. So the reason they pre-played is because they had GSL photo shoot, and it's quite far away from their homes, so they just didn't think they were going to be back in time. So it was a good reason. So it was a good reason. Hence they were allowed to pre-play. Just yeah. Great job fixing it. I love how that version of fixing it is like whatever they did was so badly wrong that stuff played on this patch in that period is just as broken. Like, yeah, just unlucky. Yeah, guys, we're gonna be we're just gonna take a 30-minute break because there's really nothing else we can do here. It's very unfortunate. I'm sorry, but that is just the way that this has gone. So I do apologize. And I appreciate you guys. Any sponsored content to go through? Nope. TLMC is already sponsored by Monster and Shopify, so we're not gonna. This is the reason why I don't want to just start laddering and stuff with the logos up, because it just doesn't feel right, you know. So yeah, we'll just be back in half an hour, guys. I will put the timer up, and that's just what we gotta do. Sorry. Alrighty guys, good news. We are going to get going a little bit earlier than expected. Rogue has made it back home more quickly than he thought possible. He said maybe 1 hour to me when it was 1:51. He messaged me in StarCraft 2 31 minutes later. Now that's a very fast hour if you ask me. It's a very fast hour if you ask me. So, yeah, MaxPax and Rogue will be coming up. Sorry for the downtime. Like I say, super sorry about the Beyond and Solo series being missed out on. We'll get that one back for you guys. I mean, we can't cast it. It's impossible to cast. So it will unfortunately be... Unfortunately, we won't cast it. But Beyond did beat Solar. So Beyond defeats Solar. He will advance through to the lower bracket round 2 to play on Saturday. I will have more info for you guys on Saturday. And that means that, Rogue looks to get some work done to avoid Showtime in the lower bracket. Just send Showtime a message as well, give him a heads up. Cool. Alright, we are going to be going soon. Videos have begun, so a couple of videos coming up. As MaxPax has tried to drop a second video. I don't know if he meant that was map 1. Cool. So yeah, Beyond beats Solar that we didn't get to see, unfortunately. That's very sad. Now that we couldn't see the replays, I clicked through them in game 1, 35-minute game. And I'm just like, that's the kind of game we want to see in the TLMC. Game 2, 20-minute game. Oh my god, these guys played real macro TVZ. That was accompanied by a 12-minute, a 5-minute, and a 9-minute game after. But man, this was like a chunky series that we missed out on, guys. I'm so sad. I love watching Beyond Solar anyway. It's always a fun matchup. It's also TVZ. Also a great matchup, just generally speaking. Big sigh. Big sigh. As we will have MaxPax picking him up here in a moment, guys. I think he thought it was 2 videos, but it is just 1 video because it's best of 5 and they've got 7 maps. But yeah, all good it happens. Yeah, I mean, it's completely out of my control. It's just frustrating when, it's just frustrating. I mean, like I say, there's not much I can really do about it. So, yeah. All good as we get ready to go into Rainfall as map number 1. Let me get this set up. Let me take a couple of notes as well. Boom. What got vetoed? Those 2 got vetoed. Cool. Alright, so Rogue MaxPax, the loser plays Showtime. Yeah, I was gonna message Showtime, wasn't I? Sweet. Just giving Showtime a little heads up. And, yeah, just in case to know that these guys might be done a bit sooner than expected. As, yeah, we get everyone in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 casters. Can we get everybody else online? It's been 40 minutes, which is how long I said. So if they're not here, that's kind of on them. Rexu is not here. Is he playing a ladder game? He's playing a ladder game. Alright, well, I can't. I mean, they chose to play ladder games. That is on them. If you choose to play ladder games instead of waiting in the lobby doing nothing, that's on you. Alright. So, let's kick off into Rogue versus MaxPax, guys. Let's get this on the way and kick off into this game as we get this ready to rumble. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Alright, let's jump into this, guys. Thank you for your patience again. Sorry about the Beyond Solo games. Sorry that we can't see those. Like I said, just very unfortunate circumstances. Kind of out of our absolutely, completely out of our control. We really can't do much about getting messed over by patches that break replays and stuff, you know, so apologies on that, but let's get into this as we go into the top left with MaxPax and into the bottom right with Rogue for some PvZ best of 5. These two have played some cool back and forth series against each other lately. Some days MaxPax looks absolutely dominant against Rogue. The next Rogue looks as though he really can just fight against MaxPax and take him down with some strong Ling Bane Hydra timings, being very dangerous and all of that goodness. So, yeah, they're ready to jump into this as our probe comes across the map and has a little peek to see what's going on for the next couple of moments. Getting the assimilator coming up, the drone coming through. Overlord and the hatchery continue to build by for a couple of seconds. I'm just going to be seeing the drone going to go nibble at that probe. Just going to try and chase that around. Then yeah, the few drones coming up, the hatchery coming online, bringing this into play at the moment here and seeing just where things go for us for a little bit. Again, the catch gas and pool all coming in. A few extra drones coming online as well. And overall, everything's starting to look nice and comfortable at this current point of the game as the probes still move about. Drone comes over there, just going to chase the probe back around for a few moments. And yeah, just going to be having the hatch in the pool coming about as well. And that's set up into place. A couple drones transferring over. The probe going to start to be an absolute nuisance on this mineral line. Just going to force the drones out of position a bunch of the time. It's just going to be, again, pushing those around, pushing those away where we can as best as possible. For the next little bit, again, the pool and drones still building by, so again, getting a lot of that up and online as we settle down for more of this one. The assimilator still cranking out a few more workers, and yeah, everything just establishing on rainfall. Take 10 minutes off. What did you guys do in your 20-30 minutes of downtime here on the channel, guys? What did you guys get up to? I unloaded a bunch of food that got delivered into the freezer. So, and Ellie has a new carrot toy, so she's very excited. So I fought her with the carrot toy, which she doesn't really like, because it's a really good toy for me to fight her with, because I get to kind of like I get to like really kind of like get her in the face with it, and she doesn't like it, so she has to she tries to cheat, and she, you know, yeah. She tries to cheat, she doesn't like it too much. So yeah, that was my downtime. What did you guys get up to? Unloaded? You mean reload into the freezer? Well, I unloaded it out of a box into the freezer. No, like that makes sense. That is a sentence. No? You had some cashews and took a walk. Good use of your time. Lovely. Ellie, yep. Ellie the doggy. Yeah, she had a good time. Yeah, my mother-in-law came over earlier and brought her and her partner always bring a toy and treats and stuff for us. So today she got a squirrel toy. It's like a flat squirrel that's got crunchy and makes sound, and she got a carrot. And she loves the carrot because she could try and she loves the carrot because she's trying to rip the leaves off the top of the carrot. It's a toy, but yeah, she feels like she can be destructive with it, so she's having a good time with that. So yeah. Clipped your basset hound's toenails, basically World War III. Oh, you guys really had a variety of things going on in the downtime, huh? Wow. Alright, just gonna see the Evo chamber. The drones continue to come up. We do have our Nexus and the Twilight and the gates continue to build up as well, so we continue to bring that over just for the moment. going to have the Oracle is looking to poke, as we are going to see 3 gates behind this in the Twilight Council. So wondering if we're going to maybe see some glaives behind the behind this Oracle opening. Oh, if MaxPax is just going to head into Blink, and those 4 that gateway count is just kind of going to be kind of akin to that. You got your dogger toy where the parts are velcroed on, so she just rips them off. See, Ellie would rip them off, then she'd try and rip the Velcro off of the thing, and then she'd just eat the part that was Velcroed on in the first place as well, because she got it off, so she feels like it's now hers to eat if she does so wish. Some lag for Rogue, so just give him a moment. Hopefully not a big issue. Hopefully just a moment or so and we can get this back on track. Looks as though it is on Rogue's side. We didn't really see anything to suggest any lag or anything that's been visible across everybody, so shouldn't be too problematic. So just move about. Yeah, Rogue just testing how quick those 2s and 4s come through. 42, 42, 24. 42, 42, sorry, go, we're good. I feel like I should be counting down from like 42 or something, but we'll just go from 3 and get back into this as we resume. The Oracle again shoved off over to the side. Rogue opting for the melee upgrade is just actually going to be building from MaxPax, so it's not going to be anything crazy like a Glaives or so. So no problems there. As you see a couple of Queens and Lings going to show up, get onto the depths. The Oracle's going to get turned away for a couple moments as well. Just going to push that back for a couple of seconds. Get that out of here. And that Blink, the Stalkers, and the Probes, the Battery will continue to come up. Melee upgrade about halfway done as well, just for the moment. The Queen's still throwing some Crypt Tumors down as we push them out in toward the middle of the map. Stalker going to shoot. Oracle activating. A couple of those Lings begin to drop down here currently. The Battery is still coming online. The +1 that Blink coming through as well. Add a couple of Stalkers into the mix, and this Stalker will continue to trade the few Lings. Looking to get across and to chase after that Stalker as well. The Stalker's able to get a couple of shots back the other way. Push that Ling over the other side. And chase that out of there for a couple of moments. Still got +1 Blink coming through then. The Temple Archives coming online. Just going to see these few Queens. Ready to try and fight against those Stalkers as well. As this back and forth continues, just going to be seeing that hatchery is going to go down very quickly. It's not going to be dead yet as the Stay Sword comes off. Should we get forward and kill this off, though? We are already rebuilding the hatch to the right side as Rogue. But I think it was very accepting that this was about to die, so already moving over to the next stage of this. +1 missiles is on the way. Hydrogen is still producing. We just got a few more Lings pouring out and joining together. A couple of Queens will gather up, and we have Lings, Queens all gathered out the front for the moment. That Hydraless Den is very much so also still building into place right now, so again, getting that up and online. Charge +1 in the Storm. Just producing. You're seeing a couple more shots coming in. Just going to see a few more hits coming down. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to pull back. Ling's getting caught in the Stasis Ward already, so it's going to be a capture right there. As we do see the Storm Charge and everything else coming about. Hydras and the Lings continue to produce on up, and the Stalkers having to step away once more. +2 Storm, Charge, all coming over, +1 missiles, and the Hydra Speed coming about. Ling Hydra still producing. That's going to be seeing the Stalkers and the Archon stepping back a little bit. Zealot's coming over. Just going to be seeing the hatchery taking a few more shots. And just going to be seeing the extra Zealots warping in. Big push from MaxPax here, obviously getting some work done. And really trying to come through on this one these next couple of moments. So pushing this forward. Can we defend this at all as Rogue? He has the Hydras for the damage output, and that damage output goes a long way. And for the moment, at least, is seemingly going to be good enough to push this back and to keep us going. So that is going to keep us alive and kicking here for the moment, if nothing else. So we get to continue through on this one. Flip beacon, cannon, immortal on the +2, all coming over. Look at that infestation pit. Rogue surviving that attack, gets the chance to tech up here. MaxPax prepping that tech up of his own with the fleet beacon now being brought on through, so getting that up and rolling over the next few moments. And it's going to be the Immortal, that +2 attack still coming around. Again, the look at the few Lings, the Hive, building up +2 missiles and that Overlord speed will very much so continue into play for the next few moments. So again, we bring a lot of that up, and bring a lot of that into action right there. Keep that going through for a couple moments. Let's see what else is going to be going on. Prism is getting a little bit of danger, not able to do too much there. Pretty well protected against, actually. Just going to see the High Templars and company pressing forward as well, so just coming straight onto this for a couple of moments. As again, we keep this pressure up, we are going to see the Zealots now finally getting into the main base. Rogue having to deal with pressure on multiple fronts then, so having to deal with this, and he apparently just doesn't have enough to hold on. So MaxPax is going to break through on Rainfall to take this opening game of the series just like that, and getting himself to a 1-0 start in this best of 5. So MaxPax gets off to a 1-0 lead here, and we'll be heading to a game 2 of this in just a couple of moments. Sweet. All right, let's host the second game up. The map is going to be Wavebreaker. All right, let's get Wavebreaker hosted. We've got no ads to play because we ran them in the downtime. Cool. Let's set this off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we're back to 8 casters. Cool. Just move MaxPax into the player slot. I had him the wrong way around. And just have him switch to Protoss and ready up, and we can kick off in game number 2 of that one, guys. So MaxPax getting the opening game, getting off to a strong beginning. We're going to keep on pushing through in a couple of moments. Ready? Okay, let's send it then. If they're saying ready, we let them start. Countdown is on to Wavebreaker, guys, so kicking this off in just a moment and get us into this next game in the TLMC. Again, appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let's get into it as we have in the bottom left-hand side. Down a game is going to be the Blue Zerg player. This is Mr. Rogue, who we had to wait a little bit on. Again, not his fault. We were obviously ready to go like a full best of 5 earlier than expected, and more because we were kind of ahead of schedule already before that. So not his fault at all, just the way that it worked out. But let's see if he can give us a bit more of a fight in this next game. We'll get this going in a second. In the top right side, the red Protoss player is MaxPax. So game number 2, best of 5 series. Let's see what MaxPax has in store to bring the pressure in a second game. Felt like Rogue held against that first attack very comfortably in the end, but maybe just cost a little bit too much to get to that position still. Unfortunately, sometimes it be like that. So we can get the next one. Pretty rumble. And again, gate in the simulator coming straight through, bringing that online. Henchman drone coming up as well. Hatch gas drone all coming into place. So yeah, so far so good. Nothing really immediately crazy in the first couple moments. And drop that Nexus down onto the front of the natural. And the probe is here ready to continue this wall off. There are these couple of rocks on either side of the wall, which will maybe be something we've got to be very cautious of in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, you don't typically want those to go down and open some kind of pathways through to your bases and so on, because that could obviously be very scary, very deadly. So those are things we have to be cautious of right off the bat. Let's see, the Nexus, Cybercore, the Assimilator and company all coming up just for a couple of moments. Drones, the hatch, the pool. Building on through. That Nexus and Stargate both building up again. The probe and the Adept coming online as well. Got all of this settled for the moment. Again, stalking the warp gate coming by. Just step this up a couple more moments here. So again, bring that over. Do you have the Adept stepping over as well? Going in this direction. Oracle and Warp Gate both building online as well, so again we get that up and running. Just going to see the Stalker getting underneath that Overlord, having to peel off over to the edge just a little bit. Getting out of that for the moment and just trying to stay very clear. If any potential issue, the Ling's coming across, that Queen going to step in there as well. And that begins to shade its way across once again, just again to see a little bit of what's happening for a few moments of this. The Stalker going to poke at the Overlord and it's going to be doing some damage as the Overlord taking some shots. The Oracle is sitting there. Continue providing that vision for the next few moments. Yeah, Oracle will get coming through the Lings feed, and the rest of this continues through as well. So again, we kick that off. Continue to bring this into play. We got an extra gate up. I'm just going to see the Oracle taking a few shots of damage as well. So once more, just poking around. We get 4 drones, which is obviously a very effective starting point. And once again, just into the Twilight Council of 3 additional gates. And this starts to look very similar on the follow-up initially here for MaxPax. Just going to get that started for us right now. Get that going. And bring this through over the next few moments. Adepts will take their shade. So just going to come back around a couple of seconds. Just going to be seeing the Link still trying to get on top of this here. And get a little bit more done jumping onto these Adepts. Adept going down. The probe is going to end up following as well. Just going to be seeing that dropping next couple of moments. We do see the Resonant Enclaves coming up. The Adepts and the probes all coming online. And Evo Chamber in this hatchery and a couple more drones being added into the mix. Still got that Resonant Enclaves coming through for the moment. So again, bringing that all online. Forge coming into place, Evo Chamber and the extra hatcheries building, the Lings and the Overlords coming online as well. Continue to bring that into action as the Oracle turned away by the Queen. Melee upgrade coming up, Lings and the Overlords still producing through. Seeing the Oracle's just going to regather then for a couple of seconds, so again resetting themselves. The drone's still going down, 4, 5, 6 workers. I mean, this has just been a nightmare for Rogue. He's been so good at kind of shaping up his early game lately. He's been so good at making sure that early game has been so much better for him, but this unfortunately is going to be falling apart quickly now. If these Lings get some workers, that helps, but it's still a long way to go otherwise. As we get rid of a couple of bits and bobs here so far, it's nothing too crazy overall. I'm just going to see the melee and the carapace upgrades both coming through. Get them going. The Adepts continue to shade down to the bottom side of the map, so it's going to bring that straight over here as well. The Lings looking for this wrap around onto the Adepts. The Queen's going to fire onto the Oracles for a few moments as well, so doing what we can to put some more damage out. The Adepts get into this main base. Rogue supply is already absolutely, well, It's absolutely shocking, quite frankly, for the state of the game. And this is not going to be a long one on Wavebreaker, unfortunately. This is going to be, most likely, a Game 3. At some point in the very near future. One would presume. GG. MaxPax is going to take this to a Game 3 with him on a 2-0 lead. Plain simple, very, very simple stuff so far. MaxPax just looking good as our third map here is going to be Eternity's Edge, so I keep seeing this one picked fairly early out of the group of maps today. See it again. Get this ready to go. But yeah, Rogue is not looking to be where... Yeah, not really looking to be where he wanted to be in that game. That went very wrong very quickly. Everyone hosted in. Bum, 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 bum. Who are we missing? Indeed, getting this lobby mate. Here. Bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum. I know, very exciting with my singing on aim. Alright, game number 3, let's see if Ro can bring it back, but this has obviously been a rough start so far. Not ideal. Let's just see the game kicking off here. Get this ready to go. And obviously Rogue versus MaxPax, and then after this, the loser will play against Showtime in the lower bracket. So this was a match that was meant to be played a couple days ago. Unfortunately, it didn't get played a couple days ago because of some scheduling stuff, GSL qualifiers. And then today, we obviously play this one into the match that was meant to be played today, which is the loser of this versus the Showtime as well. I guess in the end, we only have 4 best of 5s today because we obviously lost the one, but yeah, obviously it was meant to be an extra best of 5 compared to usual. We obviously will have a actually big stream on Saturday. I believe on Saturday is going to be 6 best of 5s, guys. It's going to be a big day on Saturday, followed by Sunday, which will be a little bit on the lighter side, but obviously is the final day, so should be awesome. Should be lots of great games, should be lots of great players. Make sure you tune in over the weekend to see the resolution of this season's TLMC and to get a final look at some of these maps in the TLMC. At least obviously some tournaments are starting to utilize some of these maps for additional testing and so on, so I'm sure you'll continue to see them around here, there, and everywhere. But yeah. Drone is out on the map, but it's going to turn around. Did he get seen by the probe, or is he's just hiding to take the natural, I see. So he goes pool first, but he's just going to take the hatchery on the natural. Basically something you have to do because you don't want to. If you go pool first, you can't really afford to take your hatch on the third as well. Those are 2 economic hits you're essentially taking. So if you go pool first, you really want to make sure your hatchery gets down the natural. Hence the drone has to escape away, dodge out of issue, and then just reset to go again. I was going to see a hatch in the lings, continue to build about for a moment. So now feelings coming up, that queen coming into play as well. Might as well come over and just keep on moving about. That probe steps over to the side, just going to get away from the lings, not going to let anything too crazy happen for a moment or two. And yeah, getting out of there for the next couple seconds. Queen moves about. Probe is stepping up as well. And again, just going to be seeing the Adept is going to be producing on this gateway. Going to be popping out of here in a couple moments as well. And with the Zealot and the Adept together, these first few lings will not do too much. Not too much to be found initially. Adept is going to step forward. Is going to be able to get a Zergling already as well. Just going to be able to grab that. So going to be a nice little positive initially. So, going to get rid of that one for the moment. Again, that Stargate coming through. The Nexus coming up. Just going to have ourselves the Lings and that Ling speed coming up as well. So, bringing a lot of that over for a few moments. Those couple of Lings still slipping around the side. The Queens gather over on the edges as well. Just trying to see what else takes place. The next little while, the Adept step over with the Zealot, and a few Zerglings will threaten to get us around onto these couple of units. Just going to be seeing the Adept and Zealot together. Kind of getting caught up, taking some damage, starting to get cleaned away at for the moment. Adept in the Warp Gate coming through. Who's going to see the Lings actually trying to get a probe? Would be nice to see something here after you take a couple of drone losses yourself. Rogue is down by 7 workers. He's obviously making a big round of drones now that'll help him to play catch up, but just got a really bad feeling that this game and this series is already kind of really getting away from Rogue in these early stages. This might just be one of those matches that goes, unfortunately, very wrong very quick, but I don't want to be super negative or anything, just it doesn't feel ideal, I suppose, is a fair statement. Is just see the Oracle. That Warp Gate coming back around, a couple of probes coming up as well. We reset as the Lings are going to re-grab on the tower. Again, next is producing that, a couple of probies on, so just get those going once again. Having the Warp Gate and the rest of this continuing through. As, yeah, the spores, the drones, the Queen continue to build in. MaxPax just starts to make his way into the Twilight Council already, so getting that prepped here. And still will just chill out underneath for a couple of seconds as well. Now seeing the Twilight Guns and the couple of gates still building through. Next is coming online. More Stalkers warping in on that third base, so again we're bringing that online here. Just going to see the Lings be able to step over, just start to get after that Adept already. Just going to make a couple of grabs on that straight away. Find some damage. The Queens are going to be here to push the Oracles back the other direction as well, so again pushing those away for the moment. Next drones producing through. Queen and the melee upgrade in production as well. Just bringing a lot of this up. As you see the Oracles will regather back around. Again, 4 drones or so going down at the moment. You're just going to have that blink still coming online as well. Well, I think step back. This Oracle takes a few more shots. A couple of workers going down, so again, a little extra just being met at the moment. And we do have the army stepping through once more again, but will MaxPax make a bit of a shove with that blink? Probably. Rogue's on his way to the melee upgrade, so something that can absolutely help you against these Stalkers at the very least. So it's going to be step 1 of trying to figure this out and see what ends up happening. Things gather around. He's going to be seeing the Zealot getting caught. He's going to grab that straight away. Just going to be seeing the melee upgrade, the Bane Nest. A couple of hatcheries in the lag continue to come through. Those Zerglings are still trying to chase forward. And again, just going to be seeing the Oracle still moving back around over on that left-hand side. The blink coming across is now done, so we'll see how much aggression MaxPax wants to put up with. The Oracles will be there. Just going to see the Lings getting chased away for a couple seconds. So again, pushing this back and away momentarily. Revelation comes down again, keeping an eye on this. Balin speed coming up. Hydrogen going to be finishing very soon. Drones and the Lings still producing. Zealot is going to finish off that Zergling already. He's just going to grab that, clean this up. Temple Archives Forge, the gate continue to come through as well. So again, all of these bits and pieces still coming online as we have got Temple Archives, the Forge, and the gateways continue to be added on into play. Just going to see the Lings wrap around on the Zealots here. Stalk is now pushing onto this hatchery. It's going to be a 5th base going down, but of course Rogue has a counterattack, so at least he might find some damage. The Ling's going to wrap around. The probes pull into the fight, and they're going to hold position, which makes it very difficult for the Lings to do much of use. You can see them all kind of getting clogged up and not really being as effective as they might want to be. Battery drains. The Oracles get back. I mean, we're going to, in the end, kill, what, 2 probes, a cannon? Maybe the battery. We're going to stick around with these Lings, but there's a lot of Lings going down. At least now we've killed some probes. 8 workers finally falling. Just feels like when MaxPax does damage, it feels almost free, whereas when Rogue tries to do damage, he gets completely shut down and it goes horribly, horribly wrong. It's kind of an unfortunate yet slightly amusing situation. And the rest of this Hydra Bane coming back up and around. A couple of High Templar morphing in, just bringing those over for a couple of seconds. That's when you've seen our Stalkers and the Archons continue to gather up here. +2 attack and the +1 armor continue to come into place. Just going to be seeing the Lings and the Banes looking as though they might want to get involved for a couple seconds. Hydras obviously have to step up to this defense as well. Let's see if Rogue can do enough in this. As we are going to see the few Lings up the top. They're not going to win the fight against Zealots and an Archon. We're going to get some Banes over there, try and deal with the Zealots at least, which is nice that we still had some of the Banes left alive. Nice stasis catches a chunk of the Lings, however. Going to make this a whole lot tougher in the next couple of moments. Just going to see the Hydras fighting back over. Stalker's still taking the damage. The Banes crashing through once more. And the Lings and the Hydras still coming over, going after the Archon. Just going to see the rest of the Zealots going back in after the Ling Hydra as well. Just going to see the Lings looking for a chance to go after the group of units here, but the stasis still sits as a threat in this scenario. Still got to be very careful of that. Let's get after the Lings. Just going to be seeing the rest of the units over around the left-hand side. The stasis coming down into place as well. Now just having ourselves the group of Stalkers, Zealots, and that Archon gathering up. And a couple of drones still mining on the gold base. The Ling's going to launch an attack to the upper left-hand side, where they're going to find a good, easy surround on a group of those Zealots as well. It's just going to knock those down without issue. 3-2 upgrades still being produced. The battery and the rest of them still coming online as well. I'm just going to be seeing these Lings still fighting. A couple workers keep on dropping. Hydra's still going in after the Zealots and everything else as well. A couple of Oracles activating. The Zealots and the Archon are going to keep swinging through here. We're just going to see ourselves the +2 missiles, Hydras, the Lings, all continue to come around. For just a second or so, the Hydras still gather about. And again, just going to be seeing the Oracles gathering up too. The Zealots are going to keep chasing. Just going to see a couple of drones going down. Rogue's just being broken. And that's going to be MaxPax sweeping through for 3-0. Just absolute dominance in this series. 3-0 sweep. It's a good thing to give Showtime a little bit of a heads up, because that is a fast matchup, to say the least. Alright, well. MaxPax advances through to the next round of the winner bracket. That means MaxPax will be playing Percival, who has obviously been on a bit of a run so far. If Percival beat MaxPax, he put him into the lower bracket alongside herO and Clem, so that could be crazy. But MaxPax will play Percival in the upper bracket. That'll be on Saturday. For now, we continue through with our next set of games, which is going to feature Rogue dropping down to the lower bracket to play against Showtime. So let me get this rolling, guys. If Rogue needs a couple of moments, he can take them, of course, but yeah, that was a bit of a bopping of a series, unfortunately. Why couldn't that be the series we lost to the replay bug? You know? Oh, I'm salty that we missed the awesome TVZ. I presume it's awesome. Maybe it was a really bad TVZ. Maybe it was a 35-minute game where nothing happened for 25 minutes. It was mega boring, but I feel like probably not. Alright, well, we'll get Showtime and Rogue ready to go in a couple moments. Like I say, maybe Rogue needs a couple minutes. That's absolutely fine if he does. We'll obviously give him some time. He just came out of a game, so no worries on that if he wants to take a few. Otherwise, we'll get this hopefully ready to start up in just a couple. How are you guys doing in the chat? Thanks for joining us today, of course. Appreciate you all being here with me. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Alright, just waiting for Showtime to start up some map picks, guys. I'll get this hopefully started in a moment or two. There we go. If he does come down. The same maps next to each other, so I can just do it easier on my spreadsheet. Let's see what we load up onto then. We've got a couple maps that could be interesting to see. There we go. We're going to be Verdant Temple for our opening game then. So we'll get that set up initially. Get this on the way. Fear and Faith map 2. That's one of the ones I wanted to see. Nice. It will be at Eternity's Edge for map 3. This one was not played a lot coming into today, but it's seen a lot of love today, in fact, so that's going to be moving up the play sheet. Alright, Rogue is saying go, 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 go. I've got the feeling Showtime will be ready to start as well, pretty much in a second too. We'll get ready to kick off into this best of 5. Last best of 5 of the day. This really has flown on by. I mean, you lose a best of 5, you only get delayed 30 minutes instead of the full best of 5. The first 2 games, so the first 2 series went, I mean, they weren't short though, right? Like, it's just been a speedy day. Obviously that 4th best of 5 between MaxPax and Rogue was pretty quick, I guess, so. Let's see what Showtime and Rogue have to give us then as we get this on the way. Set up here on Verdant Temple. In the bottom left-hand side, the red Zerg player is going to be Rogue. Up against the blue Protoss in the top right, it is Showtime. Verdant Temple to open this game. Interesting map with the back rocks and so. Makes me wonder if Rogue has any aggressive intentions. That's the kind of map I think Rogue likes to take advantage of a little bit. Wow, he's going to super early. He's just going 12 pool. So he's going to 12 pool. However, Showtime is instantly scouting. So Showtime is going to know very early on that this is a 12 pool. So Rogue is going to lose a little bit of the dice roll on the build order. He can still apply some pressure with this. He can still force his opponent. I mean, Showtime's actually not going to scout it straight away. Right now he plays for the block. Rogue pulls the drone down and makes it look like he's going to go and take the 3rd hatchery instead. And And the reality is that this drone might be going across the map to still a proxy hatch behind the 12th pool. Eventually, Showtime's probe wants to go into the main base to confirm the timing of everything. Then he will notice that this is not in fact going to be a normal game, because that spawning pool is going to be completing very shortly, and Showtime is about to pick up on that right now. So that probe gets in, gets to see this, knows what's up straight away, and now pulls back out of here. So he's going to force a lot of attention to the front, and then throw the hatchery down right in the corner using that worker pathway. Like I said, I look at this map and I think it's the perfect map for Rogue to do rogue things, and this is, I guess, kind of what I'm suggesting. Rogue doing rogue things. As those lings will get to start charging over. They're joined by a probe. He's pretending to be rebelling against the Protoss army. Ah, yes. I don't know what Zerg's war screams sound like. I guess like... So the probe yells that as he runs. And they charge to the front wall off. And the probe's like, actually, realizing that this is not ideal for me. What's funny is that probe could maybe go across them. I was going to say, it could maybe come back into this base through the back way, in which case it would spot the hatchery. This is kind of interesting. I was going to say these lings, okay, because that's out. I was going to say these lings could have killed that gateway, so we cancel up the wall. Kind of didn't mean to let the lings in. I think the Zealot was expected to be walled a little bit, and Showtime not being able to wall that Zealot is unfortunate. Because now we're going to have ourselves this hatchery finishing soon as well, so reinforcing lings will come out just, straight into this natural, and Rogue will get a chance to do some damage here. Obviously, Showtime not expanding during this defense either. The probe pull is good against those lings in the mineral line. Those lings in the main base go down. I see a couple of lings coming back over. Could maybe still be a bit annoying at the front. I'm not sure how much we're really going to get done, though, in the grand scheme of things. And Deb going to get shading back in. The lings are going to be there to join up, protect that position for the moment. Again, Adept's going to be here. The Zealot's still stepping forward. Obviously, this hatchery is up, and we're going to get the Queen building off of it. So we're going to try and get a creep team down to start creeping the main and natural of Showtime. And again, Rogue will look to basically be in a very annoying position if that's how this is going to be. So he's going to be aiming for a little bit of that. And you just see the Cybercore Chrono Boost and that Warp Gate out for the moment as well. A couple more shots. Link still nibbling at the front. A couple of Adepts about to finish morphing in right here. Just going to bring those straight out. The Cybercore still Chrono Boosting out the Warp Gate as well. And then a couple of the Adepts continue to come by just for the moment. And yeah, Spinecrawler, Lings, Queen, all coming through. The Lings are actually going to latch themselves back onto this gateway. They're actually going to kill one of them. So it's kind of weird because usually this aggression ends and you get to stabilize a bit. But now you've got a Spinecrawler coming in from the left side. Two Queens just walked up into the main base. So the Lings and the Queens are just going to sit on top of the wall. And this wall is zoned by the Spinecrawler. Obviously, that doesn't really stop the Adepts from shading through. What an absolutely fascinating situation. Like, what the heck is going on here, guys? What the heck is happening? This is a little wild. So we're going to get this Spinecrawler coming down. There's no tech on the line from Showtime. So it's not like you can rely on getting to like an Oracle or something to help him here. Not that I'm not sure that would do much against a couple of Queens. The Adepts actually taking a bunch of damage right now on the low ground, but also one on the high ground took a bunch of damage. As the creep pushes forward, we will get the opportunity to put that Spinecrawler close toward the base. Oh, nice save on this Adept for the moment. It's super low, but it is surviving. Now we're going to see these Lings going to actually jump on top of the Adept. No, we're going to focus on the battery. I thought a couple Lings on the other side might hit the Adept because it was already low. Well, Spinecrawler in range of the main is not a good sign. The Lings are going to go through the pylons here, depower these gateways, and take the production away from Showtime. Showtime's two gates in the main base become very important. Then he knows that long term he's going to be losing these gateways, so he needs to think about that. Hence the production in the main, readying for it. We'll see this gateway going down. We did get a few more Adepts coming out. I wonder if Rogue made a mistake going for the gateway instead of just focusing the pylons. Now the pylons are very clumped together, so it's not like he would have had an easy surround. It's not like he really would have had an easy surround, I guess, as we just have the spines still poking away. Next is taking some more damage. The Adepts continue through. Still just shading up for a couple of moments. The Queen's are going to gather about there. Again, those spines still dealing some damage. The Adepts going back over again. Yeah, a couple of Lings going to jump onto that pylon, a couple of Lings going to jump onto that battery. He's going to be seeing this defense in the main base from Rogue. Able to try to defend his spine. He's going to lose his spine. No, it gets transfused last second, so it stays up here. And now he's going to have another spine approaching the front. This is, I think this might be too much for Showtime at this point. Triple spine crawler is going to be extremely difficult to work through. I mean, the Queens don't have a ton of energy. If they get more transfusions available, this feels very difficult. Stepping forward now, I don't hate the timing of it because obviously that spine is trying to pull back. I like it from Rogue as well, though, just putting the hurt spine in the back, and this push continues. It looks as though Rogue is going to be able to capitalize. What a wild game. The 12 pool proxy hatch. Obviously, it's so hard to deal with the proxy hatch aspect of it because you want to deal with the 12 pool first. And then if you put too much into defending the proxy hatch, the 12 pool can maybe get through and do too much as well. What a crazy little situation that turned out to be. G to the G. And that is going to be Rogue taking a game 1 victory as Verdant gets, gets an interesting starting point as we search for our second map here. It is going to be Fear and Faith. Showtime up, move Rogue up as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 casters. They're growing. We're getting more casters by the game. Is Showtime and Rogue ready for game number 2, guys? I'm just going to run some ads just in case they end up playing a super long PvZ. It is possible, so just in case, I'd rather ads run over the start of this than the middle of something exciting. So apologies if you get hit by those at the start of this one. Let's get ready to resume. Fear and Faith for our second map coming up right now. Mandrake, what's up? Thanks so much for the 32-month resub on the tier 2. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Big time. So we head on to the bottom right with Showtime, the bottom left with Rogue. Game number 1 of this BO3. Well, Rogue has that 1-0 lead then, with everything that happened in that previous game already. Get this set up and seeing where we go to. Next couple of moments. So, bring this about, getting this on the way. Just going to be seeing the gate and the assimilator coming straight through, so bring that about, getting that online just initially. Using these tubes to transport our workers around and to go scouting in the initial stages. So bring this straight across again and look to see what's going on in the next couple of moments already. I'm just going to be having this probe working its way around the left side. We'll eventually come down toward the bottom left of the map as well, I imagine. These next few moments, the next is coming through on the natural Showtime. Rogue scouting upwards with the Overlord. And Showtime will eventually get into the main base of the Zerg here in the next few moments. So we'll be able to get that started very soon. Gonna see that probe coming back around, so we just set the lap back into place already. Bring that up just for a moment or two. And again, just kind of adding speed and a couple of queens coming about as well, so bring that straight into play. The Nexus, the Adeptance, so coming up and online. And yeah, so far, so good on this one. With a couple of lanes, obviously. There's been some scouting early that we've been kind of watching for. And, watching those probes move around. The tunnel is insane, love the map design. Yeah, I do like the worker tunnels. I think they're very cool. For Sullivan's beyond a banger, yeah, unfortunately we couldn't cast it because the map bugged out with the replays. Sorry, the replays got bugged out because of the patch that Blizzard put out. But it was a 3-2 series. There was a 35, a 20, a 13, a 10, and a 5-minute game. So there was the entire spectrum. Like, it was probably a really good overall series because it seemed like it had a bit of everything, you know? It seemed like it had a little bit of everything overall. Speaking of those drones continue about. Going to keep bringing those in. Stargate is about to finish. This drone is going to take the shortcut from this base over to that base. Yeah, I mean, that keeps it safe just for a few moments against those adepts. And that's a fun way to save the drone there for a second. So drone makes his little getaway. What's the drone safety tube? So basically, this is a 4-player map, right? So basically, the main use of it is to basically be able to say your 4th or say your 5th base comes under attack. Your 5th base will be one of these bases to have that worker tube attached to it. You can basically evacuate your workers. Say your base is up here as rogue and this base comes under attack. You can evacuate your workers in this tube in the back of the mineral line over here to your 4th base. So it's a way to save your 5th base on a map that's kind of a bit awkward to take the 5th base on otherwise. So yeah, it's kind of cool. And then there's the bigger tubes are just to kind of go between the main bases and stuff. It's a funny feature. It's a cool feature. It's a very well thought out feature, actually. Yeah, so the bigger tubes kind of main base to main base are obviously good for scouting, but the one there you saw the worker in is a little different. Since, yeah, drones, the Queen coming about, Hatch and the Overlord still building by. For a couple seconds, getting this all online for now. Trial Council and Gateway in the Nexus still building through for a little bit. And the Zergling's still moving about here. Just trying to see what else is going on as we have the drones in the hatchery. Continue to gather around for now. And unfortunately, Trial Council coming in as well as continue to bring that straight through for the moment. That'll be done very shortly. The Forge coming up from Showtime. Obviously a bit more of a regular game after that first one started off in such an exciting manner. The main tunnel seems pointless. Well, it's for scouting around early in the game. When you're kind of playing a 4-player map, it speeds up the scouting process a bit. So, and also you could maybe go like main base to kind of scout later in the game as well, right? Like, what if you're just like, I need to figure out what he's doing. Let me try and get a worker into his main. It forces your opponent to play around that potential as a scouting position, right? Can he call down a nuke on the tunnel? Destroying the infrastructure? I don't think it's that complex. Yeah, there's a lot of questions. That one I don't really have an answer for. I'm pretty sure the infrastructure does not die. If the drone would die inside, that is another question. That part I actually don't know. Hey, what was Beyond Solar not streamed? Sorry, just to reiterate this one more time. Yes, it was not streamed. Blizzard broke all the replays 2 days ago, and then they put out a fix to unbreak all the replays this morning. But in doing so, all the replays played yesterday got broken. So unfortunately, it was pre-played, and so we have no way to watch it. So yeah, it's just super unfortunate. And unfortunately for us, it means that we're missing a bunch of replays that we'd otherwise would love to cast. So yeah, just unlucky, sadly. Just unlucky. I think it's going to run over. A couple of Stalkers are going to be pulling back over here. Showtime tries to make sure he defends and also deals with these lings as effectively as possible. It's just trying to handle those for a little bit. Again, the melee upgrade and the groove spines coming up. The Hydras continue to come into play as well as bringing those all about just for now. And yeah, Storm, Charge, and the attack upgrade coming through on the side of Showtime. So continue to bring that up at the moment. Stalker's just going to get after a few of those Zerglings, so a little bit of damage being done. That Storm, the Charge, and the +2 attack upgrade coming up and online as well. So again, a lot of these bits and pieces coming through for the moment. The Queen taking some damage. The Hydra's trying to step across, meeting these Stalkers. The Lings looking to get around the back side of the Stalkers as well, looking to catch them on the other direction. So the Stasis Ward just going to catch the Hydras and the Lings all caught. So we're all going to be a bit caught up in this, but I mean, once he gets freed, his attack will continue. And he's up 80 army supply to the 44, so it looks pretty reasonable in that regard. What did the updates do? They broke the replays. Yeah, that's pretty. That's the only thing I noticed, at least. I don't know what else happened. So yeah, I don't know. Sometimes they push a button and things update and nothing actually changes. Sometimes it just be like that, you know. Yo, these Lings and Hydras are still very much so pushing through, still trying to get a bit of action going. Jumping onto that battery, would like to clean that out. Geralt, Stalker, Oracle is still trying to step forward as well. Just gonna see that filing going down. Showtime gonna find himself supply blocked from this. Overload speed coming up, E+1 missiles coming through. Lockdown, infestation rate coming up as well. Those Zel's just going to jump on toward the Lings. The Stalker's pushing up. Just going to try and get into position. And as we do have the Lings and the Hydras pulling back down toward the bottom left-hand side. You have the attacker rogue kind of being dealt with then. So Showtime able to stabilize this into a bit of a later stage of the game, which is what Showtime typically is very good at. Once he gets to that later stage and starts playing a bit of defense, he's an absolute beast of a player, so expecting that to be a factor as we work through this and as we continue along. A couple of cannons, the Nexus all building through for a couple of moments, so again bringing that straight up for a moment or so. Just gonna see that Immortal, and again the Fleet Beacon on the way. You can bring that about for a couple of moments here. Ling Hydra ready to go for another push, but like I say, Showtime teching up nicely. Definitely getting himself into a good position here in the grand scheme of things for the moment, so continuing to get that all online. Just going to see the drop load's going to come across. The Ling Hydra will gather about and just going to be seeing these Lings and Hydras coming straight through. So it's going to gather up as well. It's just going to join them together for a couple moments. Nice Storm, getting rid of a few probes as we go as well. Just going to be seeing this hatchery still gathering up, and the Lings still wrapping around the base. I mean, this is going to be a nice drop. Gets a good cancel on the Fleet Beacon too, right? So is able to actually slow down some of the later game tech from establishing here from Showtime. So that feels like a pretty darn good deal. Still seeing the rest of this Ling Hydra look. Force pulling back a few more seconds. Still got the drop loads moving through. Just going to be seeing the lurkers re-establishing themselves for a couple moments as well. Well, this time the overlords are empty, but maybe they can threaten the idea, or maybe they're just trying to find a good way to escape. Obviously, escaping up the right side doesn't do much because then you're escaping through, essentially just through Protoss territory. So trying to keep ourselves out of Protoss territory here instead. We're just going to be seeing that Storm coming down once more. Stalker's still firing away. Just going to have the Lings and the Hydras coming back across. A couple of those Zelds getting jumped on already. Seeing those getting grabbed as we do see the Ling Hydra Lurker Force all rejoining themselves for the next few moments. Again, got ourselves that Seismic Spines coming through, +2 missile upgrade. Part of this as well. Nice little Revelation coming down. One of the lurkers is on the high ground. Of course, Showtime has to play to that fourth on the upper right side, and that's definitely going to be one of those question marks right now that will be kind of up in the air as to where this is going to continue going. See it coming back. A couple of lurkers are going to continue to zone for a couple moments as well. Canceling that pretty decently for the moment. Couple of drop loads coming down this bottom side as well, and so again we're just going to bring this over for a few moments. It's going to be seeing these Hydras dropping straight back through. Love this from Rogue, just kind of keeping this aggression up, keeping this going, keeping this damage coming out. We've got a Tempest that's producing through right now off this Stargate as well, just bringing that through. Well, we just have the Hydras and the Lurkers continue to come across here, so again, putting some pressure in. Just dealing with this for a couple of seconds. Just going to see these Hydras still stepping up. That Tempest in a little bit of trouble, so some fire coming out the other way. Continue to come about this for the moment as we just have the Hydras and Lings still gathering up. The Tempests are going to be there up in the skies. So got the Lings stepping forward. The Lurkers are gathering through. The Adrenal Glands is coming up as well. Big shove from herO. Good position with the Lurk. Is really camping out some of these ramps and these passageways. Difficult for Showtime to move down. He is going to get the cloaking up on the mothership. He's got some Tempest. It's just going to be an extremely slow breakout. And the problem is he doesn't have the splash to really stop these Hydras from lunging forward. I mean, he's got some units, and for now that will be okay-ish. Overseers in the sky. Here comes the army from the top side. The Archons and the High Templar is going to walk into these Lurkers. Again, it's a very tough position to be walking into. One of my bigger issues, I think, for Showtime is just that his Immortals were down on the bottom side of this, right? And because his Immortals were kind of down on the bottom, because his Immortals were down on the bottom, I just think that actually became very difficult. None of these Immortals were hitting Lurkers. However, he is starting to win the tail end of this fight, so it's starting to look a little better as we get a bit further into it now. It's nice to see Zealots, Stalkers, the Immortal gathering up, Mothership and a couple of Tempests still gathering about as well. Just still producing through, plus the attacker thread, the few High Templar coming over, a couple of probes, and Pylon continue to produce for the moment also. It's going to see this army decide what it wants to do next over these next few moments. Army gathering again, the High Templars, the Zealots, the Immortals all joining in there. A couple of Hydras going to poke onto the assimilator for a little while as well. Ship gonna hold its own for a couple of seconds. It's Corrupt is coming about. Showtime able to kind of really make a game out of this now then, because it felt like he was about to die to that army. I will just put my hands in the air and say I thought he was dead. I thought he was in trouble, but not the case. Didn't quite happen. We've got this Lurker still poking away. Cannon taking some damage as well. So Cannon taking a few shots. Just going to see the Zealots are going to get over here, going to try and deny this Lurker, which they will actually do a pretty decent job of. So Lurker goes down. Just going to get that cleaned up if nothing else. And Cybercore, Tempest continue to come through. Majors get rid of the High Templar over to the side there. It's just going to be able to grab that as well. Nice little catch. Still stepping up the the Corruptors there with the Hydras in the high ground. Knight's position to try and deny a little bit of action over on that right side base, putting a little bit of pressure onto this. We are going to see the Storms dropping down. We're going to dive into this, so away we go. Committing straight through and starting to get some damage done. Corruptors are working their way through a couple of these Tempests, so finding good damage. Just going to be seeing the rest of this coming back around. The Overseer taking a few shots as well. A couple of Storms onto the and onto a couple of Lurkers here also. Just going to find a teeny tiny bit more and just get a little extra out of this. Just going to see the High Templar coming back down to the bottom side. Repositioning for a few moments. Lurker going down, so it's going to grab that. Just going to see the other Lings gathering back around as well. Just going to set themselves back up here. Reposition things. This Ling's still going after the probes for a little bit, so again, just trying to come across with these for the next couple seconds. We do have the Lings really actually just going huge onto those probes, so again, a bit more damage being done. A couple Tempests gathering up, Archons, the High Templar, all gathering through also. Running a lot of that online at the moment. Just gathering here is try to see what's next. I decide what the next part of this is going to look like. Just going to see a few Corruptors diving in once again. Just going to bring them straight through. And the Hydra's just going to push back over. herO back into that kind of supply lead. Showtime's army's a lot better now. I do worry for herO quite a lot in terms of how this fight actually turns out and how this fight ends up going in the grand scheme of things. I think that is a scary kind of concept to be considering at the moment. I'm just going to see that Overlord getting blasted down, so that will fall. All these Lurkers still firing through. The Zealots are going to be there. Just going to see the Zealots still taking some damage, and we come back around once more for just a couple seconds to put a little bit more pressure into place. Gavarin just gonna again resettle for a moment or two. Trying to see what else is going on. It's gonna be having the Corruptors gathering around. The Hydra's gonna come over. Storm comes down onto the Lurker as well. I'm trying to see if we can maybe grab much of anything else here. We're just gonna be seeing the few Zealots and the High Templar moving around for a couple of seconds. Couple units keep moving through. Again, the Hydras and the Lings, the +1 flyer attack upgrade coming up as we speak, so bringing a lot of that online, getting a lot of that underway. Continuing to see where else we can take things here. Just see the couple of Archons going to get blasted. Because in position, just going to get rid of this base. It's going to be a big issue for Showtime long term. Not having these extra bases to mine from is going to make this much more of a struggle, realistically. Zealots and the Archons still gather up. Just going to see the Zealots charging through onto the Lurkers for a couple of moments. Not quite going to be able to do too much just yet. Just going to see those Corruptors still moving around, and again, everything else coming back in for a couple more seconds. Like the Hydra Link moving across, Lurkers get burrowed up. Big army from Showtime is in the middle of the map, but not in position to then hence deal with this counterattack, which might be the bigger part of the problem at this stage. Trying to figure out how we're going to handle this and deal with it at all. Could be the actual issue for him. Just going to be seeing these units still pressing forward. The Lurkers obviously coming under fire now as Showtime looks to play cleanup on this. So looking to deal with this, looking to handle it. Just going to see a couple storms coming in on either side for a couple of moments as well. So again, just trying to make this happen for a few seconds here. We're not going to be seeing those Corruptors still continue through. Bunch of workers coming down on either side for the moment. So again, bringing that up into play. Gonna see those storms coming down. Just gonna see the Corruptors getting jumped on. Just gonna have ourselves the couple more storms coming into action here. Just gonna be seeing the Lurkers of Burrow, the Zealots and the Archon get turned back the other direction for a moment or so. Just gonna be having these Corruptors still just hanging on in there. Just gonna be able to pull back. Showtime's army is obviously pretty decimated from this, so doesn't exactly look ideal following up from this right now. I mean, this is going to be a few Lings, a few Hydras, the Lurker still setting up into play at the moment, and just seeing what else we can maybe still do. Definitely far from an ideal situation, though. Just going to see the Lings going back around, and again, we will rejoin together for a couple moments. The issue is that Rogue obviously keeps fighting to this upper right side, and Showtime has to defend here, but so much of his production is in the bottom right, so he can only really warp in to defend beyond the army that he already has available. Another couple of storms still continue through. Just going to see the Hydras and the Zealots and the Oracle coming up as well. Storm stays active, hitting a couple of Lurkers, nothing too crazy. The couple of Lurkers and Burrow, the probes pulling back as well for just a moment there. So again, just getting away from that for a few more seconds. Just resetting things where available. Storm is going to finish off a couple more units. We're down 20 probes though. I think Rogue just has too much in this at the end of the day. It's been an awesome game, with obviously the bit of a different layout to what we're used to seeing in terms of these maps. It has been Rogue kind of taking advantage of the map layout in quite a few ways, honestly. It's been a cool one. As we're going to see this definitely going into Rogue's favor, obviously, up 2-0 in the next couple of moments, because Showtime just doesn't have a way to hang on to this anymore. And that is pretty much going to do it. So that is going to be us going into Rogue's favor. 2-0 on this one. And that will be that, my friends. So Rogue gets a 2-0 start, and we're going to get ready for a third map here in a few moments. We'll have to run the ads. I told you guys they could play a long game, and they did, didn't they? So those previous ads were worthwhile. We'll run them again just in case we have more this time. Another long game this time. At Eternity's Edge, which is another large map. I actually think this is a tougher one for Rogue to fight on actually. I think this one's going to be tougher for Rogue to take engagements on and everything, so see what maybe happens. As we drop the lobby link into place, let me get this set to Rumble. Let's get everyone into this already. Oh, nice. I got Showtime up into the player slot before he joins. He's not going to have race pick issues. 9 casters. Go and ready, says Rogue. This could be our last map of the day somehow, guys. We've already gotten to a very speedy point of this. Like I said, it's just been a quick day, plain and simple. So, yeah, a little bit wild. Let me get this ready to roll. Awesome. Let's do this. Alright, in the top left-hand side, it's going to be with the 2-0 lead, the blue Zerg player. This is Rogue. While in the bottom right, our red Protoss player is going to be Showtime. That's an immediate lag spike, so better now than later on. Oh, I mean, he got so close to the end of the day without it. So close. And yet no cigar. Alrighty, Overlord coming through, Pylon and the probe continue to produce just for a couple of moments here. Getting that on the way. Let's see what our... let's decide to do. Like I said, this is a big map. I feel like, I get a feeling, if I had to kind of pick a strategy based on vibes right now, I'd say mutas. Just because it's a big map, I think Rogue's going to struggle in a more normal game on this map, more so than he struggled in the last game. If it goes long, just because of the layout and everything. So I'm going to say mutas. That's my call. I think he goes mutas, he tries to control it early, he tries to get set up against everything, and just takes control of the game before Showtime really gets to be a part of it. I think that's not a terrible idea. Do we have Wardy tomorrow? No, I'm out tomorrow. I'm taking my mom out somewhere. I'll be back Saturday and Sunday, though, guys, for the rest of this tournament. Yeah. Ended up, like I say, I wasn't really meant to take yesterday off, just, like I said, I had a doctor's appointment. It was kind of it was funny because, like, the doctor's appointment was before I streamed, but, like, it messed up the rest of the day because usually we take Ellie out, like, at 11, but my doctor's appointment was just about around 11, so it was, like, everything was just at, like, a weird time. So I just decided to take the day off. I've also been, so I'll just put my hands in there, I've been addicted to RuneScape with the leagues that's going on, so I'm just, I was like, oh no, a reason to take a day off, okay. But yeah, we got loads of StarCraft coming up. I'll be here Saturday, Sunday, WardiTV Mondays on Monday. Next week on Tuesday, we don't have anything set for next week on Tuesday yet, but we'll be starting to get the WardiTV Spring Cup into action, which will lead into the Spring Championship. So I don't have that scheduled yet, but it's very possible we have like a qualifier or something on Tuesday. Away on Wednesday, and like I say, we'll probably have a lot more Spring Cup and Championship stuff starting to happen. I also have stuff, hopefully there's something going to be announced at the start of May as well. I know that's still a couple of weeks away. But something gets announced that's going to fill up a lot of our May and our June as well. So, yeah. That's all going on. So, yeah. That's what's happening, guys. That's what's taking place. Let's get links be coming up. Stargate on the way. The Adept and the Warp Gate continue to come around as well. You can see the couple of lings will be here to start poking onto a couple of those probes, trying to find a little bit of value, trying to find a little bit of damage. Gonna see what is going on just initially. As we have a couple of adepts are going to come about. And it's going to go in for a couple of these workers. 2, 3 drones going down pretty much immediately. One more ling going down as well. Adept's going to be pulling back over, just going to get back up through to the upper left-hand side of the map. Again, the Warp Gate and the Adept coming through the gateway. Still producing. The Oracle coming out as well. It's getting a lot of this online. these next few moments. So these few adepts still stepping up and across the map. We're just going to have the queens, the hatchery, the spore crawl, and the drones. Just going through also. So again, bringing a lot of that into place already. See those adepts going to continue to shade up to the top left. Lings will be there. The adepts and the oracle are going to be here to try and deal some damage. But Ling Queen can combining to try and deal with this and to push things back and to chase things away for the next few moments. Everything being cleaned up and dealt with pretty well for now. Again, the Nexus coming about, the couple probes and these simulators coming through. Still got those oracles coming around as well. Now the adepts in the corner going to step back over, and the Zerglings are going to be here. And the adepts in the oracle once more ready to just push those Zerglings back over to the left-hand side. So chase them back over to the left at the moment. The oracles still gather together just for the moment. Try to see where we're going to take things here over the next little bit. Twilight Council and the Nexus still coming online. Let's just bring this through. Twilight and that Forge still coming into play as well, so again, bringing that up. The Nexus still coming online. The couple probes coming up into action. The drones, the Rotro, and the hatchery all building by. Group Tumors and the Extractors coming into place. Just going to see those adepts going to continue to try and threaten their shades here, there, and wherever over the next little bit. Adept shade on the left-hand side again, just going to move upwards. Try and push themselves around. Hit this mineral line, maybe? And dive in. We're going to get a couple of drones straight away. Queens and Lings will combine to put some damage back out onto the adepts. And now these adepts are going to shade into the main mineral line, or at least we're thinking about it. Going to cancel that up for the moment, though, deciding that it is not the play to be made just yet. See the Queen's going to be there, couple Lings. Just going to hit the stasis, going to get caught. The Queen's going to keep on fighting. The Lings wrap around the adepts. Shade out of there, so again, just going to pull themselves back for a little. An extra Stalker warping back through. Two drones going down. The harass on the other side of the map is going. The triple oracle just finding some drones at the edge of the mineral line. Got there before I was able to fix it. I was about to take us over there if our observer did not. But we go over and you see that those oracles delivering some damage, putting some damage out. And yeah, the Stalker's still heading around the left-hand side for the next couple of moments. So bring these Stalkers along. Again, Blink going to be finished very shortly. Those Lings continue to gather around. Just going to have the attempt to run by here, but Showtime pretty solid. He is out on the map and still looking to stay active there as well. With these Stalkers still trying to find a little bit more value, trying to find a little bit more damage over the next few moments where possible. Let's try and do as much as we can as the Stalkers continue to come over once again, trying to get going once more. Gonna see those Queens coming back around, the Ling Hydra coming up, plus one missile attack, the Overlord speed coming through also for a couple seconds. The Ling Hydra will continue to chase through just for a moment or so then, so away we go. And again, Storm the +2 coming about. Just seeing the Ling's Hydra's ready to try and take a dive onto the rest of this here. The Stalkers and the Zealots start to back it off, so walking back for a little bit, a little Oracle Revelation coming down, hitting a few of these Hydras also for a few moments, getting that on the way as well. Yo, what's up, Fancy? TYTY fanboy, how you doing? Thanks so much for the 62-month resub. You can see our Hydra's down to the bottom side. The Ling is going to be gathering about. to see our missiles, the overlord, Hydra speed coming up as well. Continue to bring that over. A lot of Lings looking to try and jump into these Dropper Lords, so looking to get into that. It's going to be seeing the Dropper Lords already move down the side. The Archons, the Stalkers, the High Templars are going to be there, storming away, pushing these units back. The Lings and the Hydra still gathering up. The +2 attack upgrade finishing very shortly. And again, just going to be having the Ling Hydra force still gathering up here, as you do see the Lings, Hydras stepping straight through this just for the moment. Well, just going to see a couple of storms coming down. It's going to be seeing those Hydras getting caught, and this army of Showtime continues to push. Obviously, big Ling attack to lift the storms to zone the Hydras, allows us to finish off the base. We just dropped the recall. We do. The High Templar are right in the front. 3 of them went down. 3 of them lived. One of them was extremely close to going down. Could have been a big pickoff. That doesn't quite happen as the Lings continue through. Just going to see the Forge going down, the Temple Archives, the Gates, the Pylon all in trouble. The Nexus getting jumped on as well. Just going to see these Zealots still going after the rest of this. The Ling Hydra steps over. And again, we continue to push in with these Hydras to put a bit more damage out. Storm onto the Dropper Lords as they move away to the sides, pulling back out of here. And just trying to reset things at this current point in time. The Hydra Ling still pushing through. The couple of Zealots taking damage. Storms onto those High Templar. Just going to be seeing the Ling Hydra still gathering back through this. Again, Immortal Archon and the Mothership coming through. The Ling Hydra all on the way. We're going to take the Stasis Ward going to fade away. Just going to see the Hydras going through after a couple of Zealots as well. And there's going to be seeing still the Gates and the Mothership building into place. Ling Hydra coming on the line. And just going to continue to push our way around the right-hand side. A couple more of those probes in some trouble. I'm going to get picked off here. The couple of Zealots are going to be an issue as well, as they start to take a bunch of damage. Just going to be seeing the probes continue to drop. Just going to see those Hydras still getting to work. And Rogue going to say GG, because as he loses out on this army, he just can't do enough. So Showtime able to knock Rogue down and actually get a map back in this series. It's going to be one back in his favor. And that is going to be his game back in the Showtime side. Keeps this series going. 4th map here will be Washout, as we get this hosted and ready to start. See if Showtime can keep the comeback online, or if Rogue will continue through and advance into the top 8 of the tournament. Would give us 2 Zerg, 3 Protoss, 3 Terran if Rogue was to win this series in the top 8, which would be some really nice balance. So we could hope for that, if nothing else, just for the sake of claiming balance. 3, 6, 9 casters, Protoss versus Zerg, ready, and go is being called by Rogue, waiting for Showtime to do the same. And we can go straight into game number 4 here, Washout for this next map, as we get this one underway. Oh, just got an electric shock. Ow. You guys hear that? I feel like that came through the microphone a little bit. Just got an electric shock off my chair. Ouch. That wasn't fun. Alright, let's get into Washout, as we have map 4 of this series. In the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protoss player taking the map back and keeping this series alive for at least one more game. It is going to be Showtime. Showtime in that bottom left, Rogue in the upper right, and away we go into this next game. So, game number 4 of the best 5 here. We get this up and running. Get this started in just a few moments. See what we're going to do. Hatch coming through, a couple of drones gathering together just for a few moments so we get that settled into place. Just start us off, get this going and seeing what we can do. See what kind of a game we have in store for us here. Rogue's been sticking to them Hydras. He's kind of living and dying by them initially, so enjoying those for now. Overlord coming about, just going to be seeing the Link Speed coming up, add a couple of Queens, add on that Stargate. The next is about to finish. We do have the Adept and the Probe continue to produce through as well, so a lot of that already on the way over. Once we get this settled, the couple of Lings will come back around and chase back onto the Probe for a couple of moments as well. So far, so good. Adept still shading about, just going to head over to the middle of the map. We can drop the hatchery down on the third base, so bring that straight into play as well. And as we get that all into position, those couple Lings. Gonna wander over just for a few moments as well. Just gonna bring those back around also. And yeah, the Adept moves about. Link Speed on the way. Couple probes, Adept and the Oracle online very shortly here. Warp Gate building. And that Adept is gonna try and shade into this natural mineral line to see just what else it can get up to for the next little bit of time. Adepts want to maybe make a shade here. Just going to shade their way through the natural up toward the main base. Going to attempt to see what's going on. And the Lings and the Ling Speed coming up as well. Sure, we'll be finishing very shortly. Still got that Ling Speed finishing, like I say, in a moment or so. The Oracle and the Warp Gate coming about as well with this. The Gateway coming online. Just going to see the Stargate still producing. herO boosting out the Oracle over the next little bit. Drones will shoot. Oracle taking quite a bit of damage. Both those drones taking a few shots. Again, the Gateway and the Probe still building about. Warp Gate coming online as well, just for the moment. Twilight Council building into place. The Gateway coming up. The Nexus and the Probes also in production for the next little bit of time. Just gonna see how drone's gonna pull about. The Oracle's still gathered up in the sky. It's gonna be seeing the again, Twilight Council, Nexus, and company coming by as well. That Twilight finishing very, very shortly. Adept's going to be here. The Zerglings take some damage. Just going to be seeing these Lings chasing those Adepts down for a couple of moments. Just going to push them back. The Oracle and the Adepts together. Going to join up and see where we can go. And that hatch settling into place. Stalkers and that Blink coming up. And the drones are going to be taking a few shots of damage. The Lings wrapping around and the Adepts will fall. But this is a lot of drones lost. Gives an edge to Showtime, obviously, in this early game. His early game definitely very solid so far, putting him into a good position initially. A couple of those Adepts are going to go shading to try and find a little extra now. And into that mineral line they will head. Things will come about. A couple of Adepts are going to get caught. Things will run to the front. A few drones going to hang around. The Stalker's going to be there to help out. The melee upgrade still coming across. Again, Forge probes and the Blink coming online. The battery's still producing. So again, a lot of that on the way about. Just see some Zerglings up the top. Will not do too much for the moment. Yeah, those melee upgrades are going to continue about into place. The Lings, the Overlords continue to produce through also. So just bringing a lot of that into place. The Stalkers and the Oracles will gather around and figure out what the next step of this is going to be. Stalker's just going to fight. A couple of Lings and the Queens continue to step forward. Just going to be having the other Lings coming around. Stasis is going to catch a bunch of those Lings up on the top side. Another Stasis is looking to get into position. Again, melee upgrades coming through. The Baneling Nest and the Lair continue to come over. Templar Archives will finish very shortly. Charge and that +1 still coming up. The extra gate and Nexus continue to come through. Stasis is going to get placed. We are going to see the Stalker starting to fight. The few Lings and the Queens are going to come through as well. Going to get a wraparound. Oh no, not all the Stalkers recalled. Some of the Queens try and target that Oracle. They don't quite get it. It can pull away. And the other Stalkers do now get their blink out of there. So I felt as though it was going to be a bit worse for Showtime. Still didn't love it for him. Let's continue to come about. I'm just trying to see what else is going on. A couple of Oracles coming over, a couple of Queens are going to be there. We are going to see one Oracle going down, so Showtime trying to get a little bit more is falling into a little bit more trouble. And that Storm still building online, just going to be seeing the +2 attack coming in. Robot Facility in the cannon coming up as well. And the Lings are going to continue to nibble through this set of rocks over here. Lots of those Lings coming around, so again, bringing a lot of these through just for a little bit. Those Lings are going to come running straight over, just going to be seeing them knock off the rocks, and obviously that opens up the map a while, which you're going to like to see as the Zerg player, giving you more options to move around and surround with, so expecting that to be a very important factor. Well, these Lings still moving, the Fleet Beacon on the way, Zealot and the Immortal and the +2 attack coming up as well. Hive and the Overlords continue to produce also. 36 Zerglings in production. It's going to see a Storm dropping down onto a chunk of these Lings, and the Lings take a bunch of damage right off the bat, so they're going to find themselves in a bit of trouble. Now these Lings continue onto this set of rocks, and again, trying to open this up for the next few moments. Dealing with this right now. And Overlord Fleet coming through. Going to have the Stargate, the Gateways, and the Fleet Beacon all coming online as well. Continue to bring that up and into play. With the Ultra Cavern on the way now. Will Showtime approach? Does Showtime see the Hive? Let me double check for you guys. Yes, he saw it morphing, so he knows that it's coming through and online sooner rather than later for sure. So yes, he does have that information as the, again, Microbial Shroud. 2-2 melee upgrades still coming up. The Ultra Cav and the Hatchery all coming about as well. Let's continue to bring that into play right here. This army goes back around over to the left side for a couple moments. And again, still seeing that Microbial Shroud coming up and online for a couple of seconds. Zealot Stalkers, the Archon coming by, getting rid of a little bit more of the crew spread already. The Zealots going to swing their way through a few more of these Zerglings as well, just trying to continue to get some more damage dealt. The Queen also being pushed out of this. Just going to see that Adrenal Glands, the Lings and the Banes will continue to come about. And we will have the couple of Archons on the upper left side set up as well. The army runs around in the upper left, looking for a chance to make some moves sooner rather than later. This Zealot Stalker force all gathering in. Prism is set to take a couple of the units across this gap and into the base as we are ready for Showtime to attack this. Let's see what herO can do. Like I say, he's got a lot of stuff on the way. He has to be super careful about storms. Forced a few storms there and backs off. Obviously, a lot of those Lings still hurting from the storm. Forces one more. Do we commit onto this? No, but he forced another storm. He's going to lose the hatchery. Showtime has a split push going, so herO has to deal with one of these armies, surely. I mean, there's also the Prism up toward the main base, I believe, that's going to warp in. Threaten the Ultraverse Cavern there as the Prism is going to get the warping of Lings of Zealots off, but it's not going to do too much. I think that's going to be fine. I think the Ultra Cavern survives as well. Now we're going to see the Lings looking to make a dive onto this. The Banes as well, but the Storms are great, and herO is just losing units. He cannot keep stuff alive at the moment. The extra Banes finally showing up. They're going to crash through onto a few of those Zealots as well. They're going to get a little bit more done as more Storms come down onto the Archon force. The Banes crash into this. The Lings are still going to chase on through as well. Continue to do as much as possible here at the moment as the Lings run by once more. The couple Ultras are going to jump on top of the Archons and the Immortal. Just going to see those Archons going down. The Immortal's getting cleaned up. Going to be a good cleanup altogether for the moment. Well, again, Ultras, Hero Parasite coming through, the extra Lings coming about. Just going to be seeing the Mothership still coming into place. Just having the Lings continue to come around as well. Lings and the Ultras gather. Just going to see the Zealots are going to be in position to at least try and push this back the other way. So trying to deal with this for the moment as we just have the Zealot Archon Force regrouping back at home. Showtime's supply drops. Obviously, he kills 2 bases of Rogue. Well, I guess this base lives. You kill a base of Rogue. I mean, this base is up as well, though. So you've got the blue-gold base you're working with. So Rogue's economy is still pretty decent in the grand scheme of things here, which obviously makes this a little bit more complex. Overall, the Lings come over. Just going to see a couple of the cannons coming about. The Zealots are going to be here. The Ultra stepping through. The Zealots are still coming up. The Lings are going to be in the front. Just going to see the Ultra still chomping at the front door as well. Let's see the Cyber Core taking some more damage. The Ultras are still looking to fire away. The extra Stalker's warping in as we speak, and just going to be seeing this Ling Ultra Force still stepping forward. Here we come, the Archons also trying to get involved onto these Ultras to get a bit more damage dealt. Just going to see the Ultras taking some shots. The Immortals are there to try and fight back. Both of these Ultras already starting to go down, so damage seriously coming through here currently. I'm just going to be seeing the Ultras still jumping through. Another Immortal going down as well. But the Ultras are still getting cleaned up as well. However, is this becoming a bit too chaotic? Lings are catching some of the new Immortals. That's really important because that's going to keep the future Ultras so much safer and make it so much tougher for Showtime to be in a winning position in this game. Carrier arriving. Now, obviously, if that's not an indicator to Rogue that if this game goes on, you need a Spire, I don't know what is. But will this game go on? Like I say, currently the stream of Lings and Ultras is becoming a real heavy weight on Showtime's shoulders. I'm not sure if he can carry himself through this. Again, the Ultra's still taking a bunch of damage here and there. Just going to continue to move through this. Let's see what else we can find. Again, the Lings, the Ultra gathering about currently. Just going to work our way through this Stargate. Carriers maybe even going to get denied from coming out, which would be really nice. Any carrier that doesn't come onto the map is just one less thing to deal with. I think we've just got too much control of this map right now here as Rogue. I think this is going to be just a little bit too much at the end of it all. Oh, that is kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. GG's, Rogue 3, Showtime 1 is going to be the result on this game. That is, yeah. That's a result, isn't it? I didn't really think this was going to kind of end the way that it did, I suppose, overall. A couple of times in this series just felt like Showtime had some better options, but Rogue gets it done. Showtime unfortunately eliminated in the lower bracket round 1, and so Showtime falls out. Rogue advances, so the bracket we'll get another TVZ in the bracket at least, which will be Bjorn and Rogue. And like I say, it is going to be that perfect balance in theory of yeah, it's going to be that perfect balance. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah, perfect balance of races, I guess, overall. All right, awesome. That's going to be it for us, guys. So, I appreciate you all. And, yeah, what do I want to say to wrap us up here? Let me take a think. Anything in particular? I don't really think so. I think we're pretty good. Like I said, I'm not here tomorrow. I'm away for the day tomorrow. But when we come back on Saturday and Sunday, we do have the rest of these playoffs. Let's show this on screen and show you guys where the bracket's at. So, Saturday and Sunday, we'll be playing the rest of this bracket. I think the way we're going to do this, guys, is we're going to do it like one game at a time. So basically, we're going to go probably Classic Shin, and then Bjorn Rogue, and then this matchup here. So 1, 2, 3, and then these guys only have to play like in this sort of period. And then we're going to go Percival, MaxPax, herO, Clem, lower bracket quarterfinals. I think that makes sense in terms of order. So that's going to be Saturday's matches, 6 best-of-5s. And that leaves us with 4 matches on Sunday. We could do 5 and 5. Would that be better, guys? Would you guys rather 5 and 5? Can I make the Bork's replays available for download? Yeah, I will do. If you DM me if you just DM me on Discord, Killer Smile, I'll send them to you after this game. After I close stream off. Maybe we do... The only thing I'm thinking is it's kind of nice to have like just top 4 on Sunday or something, right? But like at the same time, kind of like maybe we could do 5 and 5. The finals is a best of 7. Okay, no, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do we'll do a best of 7 upper bracket final as well. We'll do a best of 7 upper bracket final and grand final, and they'll give us some more maps. I think that's how we approach this. Yeah, so we'll do 6 best of 5s on Saturday. That's the current schedule. Cool, amazing. Alrighty, guys, appreciate you all. Thank you so much for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Yeah, at work right now. Okay, like I was mostly just saying it so I remembered, but as I'm already still thinking, let me just do it. I'll just do it live on stream, because we're like that. But I send them to you in case you want to share them around. They should be in the replay pack and stuff, but yeah, obviously it's a bit balked. You just got here. One more tournament, please. I wish. I wish there was more StarCraft 2. This ended up being kind of a fast day. I was meant to be 5 best of 5s, and it ended up being 4 hours of SE2. Some days it just be like that, though, guys. Some days it just be like that. Alrighty. Do I actually have anything else to add in? I do not think so. I do not think so. So I think we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you very much for joining us, like I say. And I think I'll see you guys on Thursday then. I'm definitely... Sorry, not on Thursday. On Saturday. I'm definitely not here tomorrow. All day I'm out. So yeah, I'll see you guys on Saturday. Some ads on the outro. Of course, if you enjoyed the stream, do like, subscribe, and follow. Come back and watch more in the future. And check out the WardiTV Patreon page. Patreon.com/WardiTV is the most important thing you can do as well to help support the tournaments. Check that out. It continues to grow, which is amazing. We're going to keep pushing that, so you guys can check that out as well. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys later. Bye.